A young man sipped his warm tea, his eyes glued to the monitor like a magnet.
He was scrolling a game forum, where new threads popped up like crazy, promising insane plot twists. He clicked on a post, and a comment immediately caught his eye. Some random dragon just appeared and wiped my game data.
The Black Demon Dragon? It says my character's dead, and I can't log back in. What the hell is going on?
My character was just deleted. Reading this, our protagonist was baffled. A final boss in a dating sim. Was this overpowered? He thought the game was supposed to have a romantic, happy ending if the leads got together. Scrolling further, another post grabbed the entire community's attention. Guys, listen up. This boss is unbeatable. That damn Black Demon Dragon has 99% passive magic resistance. No cooldowns, spams a magic absorption skill, and it shoots out spells. How are we supposed to kill it?
It's definitely a bug. Then our main character realized something. The post was from a top-ranking pro gamer.
His curiosity piqued. He set down his tea, his eyes shining. A final boss, you say? How interesting.
Resting his chin on his hand, he read another player's analysis. Strange. A magic immune monster in a world filled with magic?
That makes no sense. Is it really a bug? Players are saying their characters are just vanishing.
And it seems so. Just then, an SOS alert flashed on screen. The Black Demon Dragon, 13th Night of Darkness, has appeared. Unable to contain his curiosity, our main character clicked to reread the game's lore.
In this world existed a fanatical cult, the Black Demons. Their goal was to invade other worlds through persona gates and become the final boss of the universe. Once their goal was met, the Black Demon Dragon would appear. Already, 90% of the continent had been consumed by the persona gates.
His jaw dropped in shock. He'd only focused on PvP, ignoring the story. But this was total chaos.
He felt a moment of fear, but then thought, haven't I been holding back? Maybe it's time to go all out.
Please select yes or no. Instantly, he clicked yes. Time to unleash the skills I've honed for 10 years.
A bold declaration. This is his character, Baek Yoon-sung. A strange anomaly in the game. The only one who couldn't use magic. In a world where everyone could sling fireballs with ease, even veterans ignored this supposed trash-tier character. It was weaker than an NPC, with only a single, simple skill. Returning to the battle, the Black Demon Dragon was gathering a colossal fireball in its maw. Then it unleashed the devastating orb of power. The fireball rocketed towards Baek Yoon-sung at lightning speed. Facing this dire threat, Baek Yoon-sung remained perfectly calm, a disdainful smirk on his face, as if to say, "Is that all you've got?"
He activated his signature skill, VIP Blink, and slashed at the dragon's neck. He blinked again and again, relentlessly.
But Yoon-sung's blink allowed him to instantly teleport 3 to 10 meters. The catch? The destination was random. One miscalculation, and the immense force and speed would kill him instantly.
It also had a long cooldown, a huge mana cost, and left the user frozen for 2 seconds. So, while anyone could learn it, nobody was foolish enough to use it. Baek Yoon-sung, however, was a rare exception.
He had completely mastered Blink, controlling its direction and distance, and had even found a way to negate the penalty. Unlike other magic, Blink was, in essence, a pure movement skill. But I became obsessed with this character, whose potential was based purely on skill level. For the past 10 years, I've only played this one non-magic character. With that thought, Baek Yoon-sung slashed a long gash across the dragon's face.
But he didn't stop there. With one decisive blow, he cleaved the great beast in 2.
Truly on another level. He then stood tall, a triumphant aura radiating from him, like a god.
A notification flashed. You have defeated the final boss, 13th Night of Darkness. Back in reality, our hero could only exclaim, "What the? Wait, what? I actually killed the final boss, the Black Demon King." I know I was decked out in rare artifacts, but this was still supposed to be a trash-tier character. This is a miracle.
Still, this is amazing. I have to post this on the forums right now. I just killed the Black Demon Dragon.
Yet, a new message appeared. You were close to the true ending. Staring at the screen, our hero's jaw dropped in disbelief.
What the hell is going on? Before he could think, another notification popped up. Please, reach the true ending. He screamed in frustration. What is this? And just like that, our main character vanished from his own room without a trace. When he opened his eyes again, he was met with a completely unfamiliar scene. He found himself face down on the ground. He struggled up, his head spinning. What just happened? He groaned. A shiver ran down his spine as he looked around. Where am I? Suddenly, a blinding light caught his eye. It was a mirror. He drew closer, leaned in, and then... What the hell? He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw his reflection.
It was a familiar face he'd known for over 10 years. Baek Yoon-sung. Just then, a notification appeared. Chapter 1. Escape the Pursuit.
A sudden realization hit him. Wasn't this Baek Yoon-sung's tutorial mission? This couldn't be happening. Is this a dream? Reaching into his pocket, his hand closed around something.
The item that made him freeze for 5 seconds was a Stella Academy acceptance certificate. And at that moment, Yoon-sung knew exactly where he was. This was, without a doubt, the Mythic World.
So, am I Baek Yoon-sung now? The thought made him want to cry, but no tears came.
But I need to think logically. That voice told me to reach the true ending.
But from what I know, this game has no true ending, just countless paths. His eyes widened in horror. Wait, has no one unlocked it in 10 years?
Damn it, I don't have time to think about this now.
If I remember correctly, right after Yoon-sung awakens, the black magic cultists storm this very house.
With that thought, he rushed to the window to peek outside. Before him stood a group of men in identical black robes. In the falling snow, they searched frantically, shouting, "Damn it! Where did that brat run off to?" Seeing this, our hero ducked behind the door, his heart pounding in fear. Outside, one of them spotted something. He pointed up, yelling, "Hey, there's a house over there. Let's search it." The group responded in unison, "Right." He knew the danger was immediate, but his mind went blank with panic. What could he do? He recalled there was a time limit for escaping them.
But I can't fight them alone. As he scrambled for a plan, the system window appeared. You can use blink.
The suggestion left him baffled. Huh? I can use blink? Born with mana leak syndrome, Baek Yoon-sung was a person unable to accumulate mana. His only hope lay in the one spell he had spent a lifetime practicing. Back in the present, snow continued to blanket the forest.
Inside the old cabin, Yoon-sung was still pondering the system's suggestion.
But his blink skill was only at level 0, with a maximum range of 9 meters. He was completely confused. Why is the system telling me to use blink? I'm not playing a game with a mouse anymore. So how am I supposed to use it? Outside, the black magic cultists were rushing toward the house.
The footsteps grew closer, fueling his panic. Damn it, they're here. I have to do something. There's no time left. Fine, I'll risk it all.
Just as the pursuers arrived, they spotted something, their eyes filling with rage. One shouted, "Boss, I found the bastard. Get him!"
Capture him alive. They chased after him furiously, screaming, "Stop! Don't let him get away."
Meanwhile, our hero was running for his very life.
This was the tutorial's first challenge. Use blink to lose the pursuers.
As he ran, he thought, they have magic boots, so they're faster. The only way to escape is with blink.
Calm down. I've used this skill countless times. I know exactly how to time it. By now, they were right on his heels, yelling, "Hey, brat! Are you going to keep running?" Glancing back, he saw how close they were. Damn, they've caught up. But blink has a fatal weakness.
If the user miscalculates the distance, they could collide with an object and die instantly.
But if it were me, things would be different, Baek Yoon-sung thought as he ran.
Just then, the leader of the black demon cultists was on his heels. He raised his sword, roaring, "I'll send you straight to hell. Die, you cur." In that razor-thin moment between life and death, he activated his flash step skill to escape. Incredible. It worked, he thought, overjoyed, leaving the black demon cultists utterly stunned. What in the world? Was that a flash step? Is that brat a mage too?
Seeing his foolish underlings panic, their leader turned to calm them.
Don't lose heart. Flash Step has a weakness. The user is paralyzed for about 2 seconds, so this is our chance to strike.
Meanwhile, Baek Yoon-sung fled for his life, motivating himself with every step. Careful. I must be more careful. Come on. I have to use this rough terrain to escape. Any player who failed to master Flash Step at this point was doomed. In fact, 99% of players who chose Baek Yoon-sung failed to clear this tutorial.
The remaining 1% who passed still couldn't control the skill's distance or perform consecutive flash steps.
With that in mind, he frantically used Flash Step, warping from one spot to another. This left the Black Demon cult completely mesmerized. Whoa, he's using Flash Step on terrain like this. Is that kid insane? He then turned to his men. Mages to the front, will attack from a distance. At his command, 3 mages stepped forward, their faces grim. Noticing they were no longer chasing him, our hero glanced back as a new fear surfaced. This is bad. Are they planning to use magic? The tutorial's second part was using Flash Step to dodge magic arrows. Damn! In the game, I could see behind me on the screen, which made dodging easy. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Skill Mana Leak Syndrome activated. Mana Leak Syndrome disables the 6th sense skill and accelerates perception. The moment the notification appeared, Baek Yoon-sung could feel blades of aura closing in on him. He didn't even need to look back. And just like that, he easily evaded every single blade. At that moment, an immense, dark energy shot straight towards him. Baek Yoon-sung knew it was time to use Flash Step, and he narrowly managed to escape the fatal blow.
A deafening blast echoed like a meteor striking the earth. The immense pressure forced Baek Yoon-sung to his knees, bracing himself with his arm.
As the smoke and dust from the explosion began to clear,
It revealed a massive crater. Baek Yoon-sung caught his breath, thinking, "Damn it, that was too close. But this is no time to rest."
and so he took off running once more. Suddenly, his eyes widened in absolute horror. Before him lay a bottomless chasm. One wrong step meant a one-way trip to meet his ancestors.
This was the third trial of the tutorial. Use Flash Step to cross the abyss.
The only way is to perfectly time my flash steps. Then I can meet the mages on the other side and escape. That would also mark the end of the tutorial. To clear this, I must cancel the Flash Step, a spell that activates in 0.1 seconds. But a single failure here meant certain death.
There are about 20 floating rocks here, and with only 0.1 seconds per jump, it's far easier said than done.
I don't know what sick bastard designed this tutorial. So sadistic. However, it's not impossible. The real problem is, just as he thought that, a shout from the Black Demon cult rang out. "There he is! Right ahead!"
At that moment, the entire group had caught up. Our hero flinched, glancing back. They're closer than I thought, only about 100 meters away.
The cooldown for Flash Step is 3 seconds. I don't have enough time to make it across. That leaves only one option. I have to kill them all. With that, Baek Yoon-sung ducked behind a tree to formulate a battle plan.
This is insane, he thought. How could I possibly manage this after that last fight? If this were a game, the system wouldn't allow these pursuers. But this is reality. There are no rules saying I must blindly follow the game's system.
Killing them means nothing to me. It's not because they're my parents' enemies, like in the game's story.
Finally, they had arrived. Baek Yoon-sung gripped his sword, his face set with fierce resolve.
"Bring it on. I'll take all of you down." Just moments later, they swarmed Baek Yoon-sung's position.
His face still flushed with rage, he bellowed, "There he is! That's the damned brat! Seize him for me now!" With a roar, the group surged forward, their faces twisted with fury. But on the other side, Baek Yoon-sung remained completely calm.
Not a single hint of fear. The boy's courage was indeed impressive. One of the dark sorcerers sneered, thinking,
You dare face us alone. What a fool. You are finished, kid.
But our hero remained intensely focused, observing to the perfect judgment call.
He noticed his target was now just 8.7 meters away. Instantly, he unleashed his flash step skill, rocketing toward him.
The man in black couldn't even process what was happening before his life flashed before his eyes.
The leader, standing nearby, stared with wide, shocked eyes. But Baek Yoon-sung's face was a mask of pure resolve. There would be no mercy.
The speed was overwhelming and deadly, making the sorcerer spit out a mouthful of blood. It sprayed directly onto Baek Yoon-sung, dripping from his fingertips.
But in this moment, Baek Yoon-sung felt not a shred of guilt.
If they didn't die, he would. To survive, he had to slaughter every last one of them.
With that thought, he landed a devastating slash, then followed it with a furious kick to vent his rage. It seemed almost effortless as the man was blasted back toward the group of dark sorcerers, enraging them even further. But after taking one down, he immediately made a tactical retreat. His flash step needed time to cool down. He couldn't afford to be reckless now. When the dark sorcerers realized he was fleeing, they howled with even greater fury.
Damn it, he's getting away. Do not let him escape, no matter the cost.
As Baek Yoon-sung ran, he thought, one down, but the next time won't be so easy. What now? Wait, why is it so quiet behind me?
Did they give up the chase? The thought had barely formed when they materialized before him. This time, there was nowhere left to run. He instantly thought, "Don't tell me they're using magic again."
If I dodge these bastards. Meanwhile, the leader of the sorcerers barked his command to his underlings.
As he spoke, a sinister magic circle appeared. It locked on to Baek Yoon's position as a colossal firebolt shot towards him. Baek Yoon-sung's body tensed. It wasn't just one bolt, but countless fire arrows now raining down upon him. Damn this wretched spell. That's right. I have a plan. He spotted a tree branch growing from a rock fissure. In this life or death moment, he used his flash step, lunging toward that branch. And then a massive explosion erupted. Boom! The blast left a huge crater, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. On the other side, one of the dark sorcerers smirked, looking quite pleased with himself. Serves the little pest right. But his joy faded when he saw the crater was empty. He mumbled in confusion, "Where is he?"
Before the leader could even realize it, Baek Yoon-sung was already right in his face.
Their eyes locked. The ultimate flash step skill requires equal momentum before and after it is used.
Without a moment's hesitation, he flashed forward once more, delivering a devastating slash.
A piercing scream was all that could be heard, echoing into the distance. The sight left the other sorcerers completely thunderstruck. What in the world is happening? Unrelenting, Baek Yoon-sung drove the blade deeper, causing the man to cough up blood, dying on the spot.
And after dealing with 2 of them, it seemed our hero was growing exhausted.
Covered in blood, he thought. That's 2 down. I must hurry before they can recover.
Bun-sung thought to himself, my reaction speed must be far beyond that of other players.
But that's only within this game. I can't keep dodging their attacks forever. Especially at this range, I have to eliminate them all now. With that thought, he risked everything and charged forward to attack.
The scarred man who was observing him exclaimed, I see your pattern now. This kid can only use flash step and a dagger.
I just need to guard my face and neck, and he can't touch me. With that, he held his sword firmly in a defiant, provocative stance. At the same time, his foe unleashed a fierce blast of power right at him.
Confident in his strength, he sneered to himself. Ha ha! I've got you now. Let's see you squirm in agony. But his victory was short-lived as a shockwave hit him.
Witnessing this, the scarred man's hair stood to end as he trembled. Damn it! You used to scurry away like a frightened rat. Now you dare to fight back, covered in fresh blood. I did.
But that was the old me. I should thank you all for making me stronger every day. Hearing this, the man spat back. You bastard. We only went easy on you. Now die. With that, Baek Yoon-sung closed the distance with powerful steps.
His face was filled with a terrifying, murderous intent. He thrust his spear forward.
Seeing the spear flying towards him, the man analyzed the attack. A flash step aimed at an unguarded spot. He must be trying to make me block the spear, then ambush me from behind. Dream on, kid.
Just as he thought this, the spearhead reached his face. He simply swung his sword, cleaving the weapon in 2.
He smirked, thinking, now I just have to turn and finish him with one blow.
But his prediction was wrong. He suddenly froze, a weak gasp escaping his lips.
He then gritted his teeth, his face contorting in agony. Baek Yoon-sung hadn't attacked from behind. He had struck from the front.
He had pierced the man's heart with all his might. Shocked,
The scarred man cried out in disbelief. He was aiming for the front from the very beginning. And with that, Chapter 1, Escape the Pursuit, was complete. After killing them all, a system message appeared. You have gained experience. Received a gift from the Constellation Project for unique story development. Our main character seemed exhausted, collapsing to his knees. His breathing grew ragged and heavy. He glanced down at his blood-soaked hands, then scanned his surroundings. Like many who are transported to another world, he first thought it was a dream. But no, this was all real. This was not a dream. The main character recalled the desperate battle for survival that had just unfolded. That was his first flash step in this world. His first battle. And also, his first time. Taking a life. I killed people to survive. After a moment, our protagonist stood up, brushing the dirt from his clothes. Looking at the path ahead, he told himself, since I've been transported here anyway, I need to get out of this place fast. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he glanced back at the bodies he'd left behind. He was still hesitant, a hint of sadness in his eyes. But then, he knelt down and began searching their pockets. This might be a bit scummy, he thought, but I have to be realistic. I don't have a single coin to my name. After a bit of searching, he finally found a pouch of gleaming gold coins. He rejoiced internally. This must be around 2 million won, a silver lining in all this chaos. But his joy was fleeting as a new problem arose. He looked at the path ahead with dread. Before him was a deep, bottomless cliff. One wrong step, and it would be instant death. Standing on the edge of life and death, he wondered in a panic, how am I supposed to cross this? Suddenly, a loud voice called from the other side. Is anyone there? He immediately looked up. Seeing our hero standing there stunned, the group waved and called out again. Hey, over here! We're on this side! He recognized them as the group of mages from the tutorial. Immediately, he yelled back like a madman. I'm here! I'm here! A person on the other side replied, but there's no bridge nearby. Can you even make it across? Yes, I'm on my way. Our main character answered. Receiving his signal, the girl turned to her companions. Let's wait for him a bit. He said he can cross. The blue-haired young man beside her spoke up, still doubtful. But crossing that cliff is no simple feat. He'd have to be at least a third-class knight, maybe. Can that young man really do it? She replied, Well, I'm not sure.
Just then, her eyes widened in utter astonishment. He was leaping from rock to rock with graceful and masterful ease.
The entire group's jaws dropped at the sight, watching with bated breath.
Baek Yoon-sung was completely focused, carefully navigating each section. Like a flash of lightning, he crossed the halfway point.
The group stared, unable to believe their eyes. What kind of technique is that? Some kind of jumping spell? Someone asked. That's a flash step. The voice came from a blue-haired girl standing behind them. She looked surprisingly pretty and cute. The purple-haired girl glanced back at her, then to the main character in confusion.
That's a flash step? But perfectly controlling the direction and distance like that is impossible.
He's making it look completely effortless and masterful.
To them, it looked easy, but our hero was struggling. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in pure shock as she stammered,
Who are those two? Are they with him? At that moment, two figures in black robes appeared on the opposite cliff. While everyone was still confused, one of the figures raised his staff, gathering a swirling orange power around him. Immediately, he thrust his hand forward. A sinister magic circle formed and shot towards our hero. A voice screamed out, Hey, watch your back! He instantly felt the terrifying power hurtling towards him and cursed inwardly. Damn it all to hell. Just as the attack was about to hit, he used Flash Step, warping away and barely cheating death. A massive explosion erupted right where he had been standing. He whipped his head around to find his attackers. As the smoke cleared, the two robed figures came into view. So, it's those mercenaries. They've revived. This is dangerous. But the cooldown for Flash Step was still 3 seconds. There was no way to dodge all their magic now. I have to find another floating rock to stand on. As that thought crossed his mind, his eyes widened in horror. Oh, no. The dark magicians weren't letting him get away so easily. They had already activated another spell and fired it straight at him. Luckily, our hero managed to lean aside just in time, dodging the deadly stream of power. But his relief was short-lived. The stone beneath his feet cracked loudly and split in 2. He struggled to keep his balance, but failed, falling backwards into the endless void. Even so, his will to survive burned brightly. He flailed desperately on the edge of life and death, telling himself, I have to live. I must survive. But fate wasn't on his side. The floating rocks seemed to mock him from a distance, dimming his last hope. If only he could just land on one of them.
And then, as if the universe heard his plea, his eyes lit up as he spotted a platform nearby. His fate wasn't sealed just yet. Without a second of hesitation, he cast Flash Step, shooting towards the rock like an arrow.
It wasn't in vain. His fingers latched onto the edge of the stone. His hands were like a vice, gripping tightly onto his hope for survival. He glanced over, his voice trembling. Did I actually survive? But his joy was tragically short-lived. Before he could even sigh in relief, a colossal orange energy blast came roaring at him from behind. A single, desperate thought flashed through his mind. So, this is where I die. Just as death's hand was about to close, a brilliant stream of jade green power shot out of nowhere like a saving grace. The two immense powers collided, creating a massive explosion. Boom! The shockwave was so powerful, it seemed to tear space apart. He had to use every ounce of his strength just to hold on. Then, like the calm after a storm, the smoke gradually cleared, revealing the main character was completely unharmed. That's the main character's plot armor for you. They never go down that easily, do they? His ears still ringing, he dazedly wondered to himself, what was that spell? An ice spear wrapped in lightning? Who in the world is skilled enough to fuse two attacks into one? And with such pinpoint accuracy, not off by a single millimeter. What kind of master could unleash such a perfect technique? He looked to where the remaining dark magicians were staring.
Their eyes were fixed on a slender, blue-haired figure. Her beautiful face remained as cold as ice, without a hint of emotion.
Witnessing that display, the color drained from their faces. One of them stammered, "No way! How could she do something so incredible?" The two mercenaries knew they were outmatched and quietly vanished without a trace. The main character watched the cowards flee, letting out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I'm still alive. After a short struggle, he finally reached the other side safely, greeted warmly by the others. Only the cool, blue-haired girl completely ignored him. She turned and walked away without a single glance. Seeing his savior leave, the main character rushed after her. "Hey, wait! Thank you for saving me back there." The heroine glanced at him sideways, her voice like ice.
I didn't do that to receive any gratitude, so you don't need to thank me for it. With that, she coldly turned away again.
The main character froze for 5 seconds, then mumbled, "Ah, okay." Watching her proud figure walk away, he was lost in his own thoughts once more.
This girl is fascinating. Her voice is the most charming I've ever heard.
She seems a bit unapproachable, but whatever. The important thing is those village raiding bandits finally paid for their crimes.
In truth, the dark demon cult is behind most of these village raids. At least this nightmare ends here. That was a true life or death struggle. But past this cursed cliff, we finally set foot in the mage's territory. Even if the dark demon cult grew wings, they couldn't follow us here. He breathed a sigh of relief, a slight smirk in his thoughts.
Besides, those dogs don't even know who I am. Suddenly, ping, a new system notification appeared.
Chapter 2. Admission to Stella Academy. Staring at the brand new quest, he was completely stunned.
Chapter 2? Well, now, that doesn't sound too bad, does it? But still, how am I supposed to go back to school at my age?
And so, the entire group boarded the carriage, heading straight for Stella Academy.
As night fell, the road grew desolate. A strange silence was broken only by the rhythmic clatter of the carriage wheels.
Inside, exhausted from the day's ordeal, our main character slept like the dead. Suddenly, he began to murmur in his dreams. His mind drifted into his memories. Fragments of the past slowly began to return. Before him appeared a chubby little boy, tugging his mother's clothes and chirping, "Mommy, Mommy," and his mother gently replied, "My sweet boy, you'll become a mage when you grow up. I believe in you, my precious child." He recalled flipping through his mother's old diaries, realizing the immense hardships his parents had endured to raise him. Back then, the little boy had promised himself he would study hard to make his parents proud.
On long nights studying, he'd fall asleep at his desk, always feeling his mother's gentle hand draping a warm blanket over him. The memory then shifted to another day,
When his mother received news from the doctor, she cried out in utter disbelief. "Doctor, did you just say my son has some kind of mana leak syndrome?" At that moment, the boy's own world collapsed, unable to accept the cruel truth.
"No, it can't be." As he spoke, his eyes filled with tears. But were these Baek Yoon's memories, or fragments of his own past?
His wandering thoughts were abruptly cut short. The main character woke with a start, his head spinning as he instinctively clutched it.
Glancing out the window, he saw that dawn had already broken,
and sunlight was beginning to stream in. Seeing him awake, a companion on the carriage asked, "Ah, you're up? You seemed to be having a nightmare,"
You were muttering things I couldn't understand. I almost woke you up." Just then, a voice called from outside. "We're about to arrive in 𝐏𝐥𝐴, a satellite city of 𝐂𝐐𝐝."
The carriage slowly came to a halt as another voice announced, "We'll be taking a short break here." The group quickly stepped outside for some fresh air. Feeling a bit stiff, the main character gave a refreshing stretch. Suddenly, he was taken aback, his eyes widening as he stared in one direction.
Coincidentally, the blue-haired girl was staring right at him. Just as he was about to raise a hand in greeting, she coldly turned away.
Her reaction left him feeling a bit awkward, managing only a forced smile.
He thought to himself that she was truly a cool character. Still, things were going much smoother than he had feared. He was secretly glad this timeline felt more modern than some distant, ancient era. Magic still existed in this mythical world, but in safe cities, trains, airships, and sky roads were well established.
And to make the long journey more exciting, the group would travel to 𝐿𝐴 on a highly advanced airship.
𝐿𝐴 was on the route to 𝐂𝐐�. In 𝐂𝐝, the capital of magic, everything would truly begin.
Mystical magic towers, solemn mage councils, and 5 prestigious academies were all located in 𝐂𝐝. And the academy, with the strongest mages and most elite students, was none other than Stella Academy. Because of this, Stella was a gathering place for countless geniuses and nobles from all across the world. Yet the main character still couldn't comprehend how Baek Yoon, the person whose body he now possessed, could have entered such a prestigious school.
He'd almost forgotten. He hadn't even checked his own skills yet. With that thought, he quickly opened the system.
Instantly, the status window appeared clearly. Mana leak syndrome, level 1. Strength plus 3%. Speed plus 5%. Agility plus 10%. Sixth sense. Consumes the user's mental energy to activate. Detects mana within a 12-meter radius. Acceleration wave. Looking at the status window, he was secretly grateful for the abilities Baek Yoon possessed. Sixth sense and acceleration wave. Without these 2 skills, he probably would have been dead a long time ago. In this game, a cursed power prevents one from focusing mana in their body. Mana leak syndrome was the devastating curse that Baek Yoon had to bear.
But every curse has a silver lining, allowing him to sense mana through a 6th sense.
It also helped him detect any incoming attacks, even those he couldn't see.
And the acceleration wave let him perceive things as if time itself was in slow motion.
In the face of danger, he could react faster than a normal person could even perceive. It was a crucial skill for Baek Yoon,
since he couldn't use mana. But every power has its price. Using the sixth sense for too long devours immense mental fortitude, and overuse could lead to dire consequences.
After reading this, the main character scrolled over to Baek-Yoon's stat page. Power, 1 star, 59%. Agility, 1 star, 97%. Speed, 1 star, 81%. Stamina, 1 star, 51%. Endurance, 0 stars, 97%. Mental fortitude, 1 star, 43%. Remaining mana, none. Skills, flash, level 0. Trait, mana leak syndrome, level 1. After reviewing the info, he realized the starting stats weren't so bad. The original Baek-Yoon's agility was low, but that would change in his hands.
He was determined to push this stat to its limit.
In this game world, it wasn't just about one level. Individual stats had their own ranks. Skills were shown by level, while stats were ranked by stars.
The highest rank was 9 stars, a feat as difficult as scaling the heavens.
He'd played this game for over 10 years, but his peak was only 8 stars in both stamina and agility.
For now, he'd focus on agility to boost his sixth sense and reaction speed. Stamina and flexibility could be raised through other means.
That was the plan. But the real problem was the mana leak syndrome. Without fixing it, he wouldn't survive for long.
He needed to level up that trait to unlock the secrets of his true potential. And Stella Academy held the key to suppressing that very syndrome.
There was no other path if he wanted to overturn this world's fate and cure his illness. Thinking this, our hero let out a weary sigh.
I really don't want to go. Someone please save me from this. Suddenly, the system blared to life.
You have missed several important notifications, he exclaimed in surprise. Huh? I've never seen this before.
But before he could check, an urgent voice called out, "Hey, you lot, it's time to go." Our hero put the notifications aside. The blue-haired girl was still watching him intently, her face an unreadable, icy mask. Before them, a colossal airship hovered silently in the sky,
A marvel of modern, stylish design. The ship buzzed with excitement. Suddenly, an announcement echoed.
We are now approaching Icanium. All passengers, please take your seats. At that moment, a student saw something and gasped in disbelief.
A moment later, his voice dripped with sarcasm as he started to mock someone.
Hey guys, get a load of that kid. He's gawking like a country bumpkin in the city. Bet he's never been on an airship before. Their gazes all fell on one person, Baek. He was looking around, bewildered, as everything here was completely new to him. The gossip continued.
Is that guy from the countryside or what?
He looks totally clueless. I can't believe Stella lets trash like him enroll.
Our hero heard their taunts were aimed directly at him. He glanced up, only to see them sneering with contempt.
If word of this gets out, we'll be a laughingstock. Losers like him will tarnish the entire Academy's name.
He met their gaze for a moment, then simply sighed and turned away, refusing to engage.
But that very act of dismissal made the young master's temper flare.
Hey, you little punk. You dare look at us like that? You got a death wish or something? He growled, gritting his teeth.
You bastard! Stand right there. Suddenly, a calm voice cut in. Gentlemen, what is all this commotion?
The bully flinched, whipping his head around toward the sound of the voice.
His expression shifted to utter shock. In the distance stood a girl with long, flowing hair. He stammered, his voice trembling. Princess Baek.
Hearing this, our hero also turned, thinking, did he say beyond?
Before them stood a princess of world-tilting beauty, her aura radiating a cold, untouchable nobility. This was the princess of the 𝐏𝐿𝐵𝐷 kingdom, beyond 𝐏𝐿𝐵𝐷. She uttered not a word, sweeping past the group with an icy demeanor.
As the princess passed him, the bully forced a flattering smile, placing a hand over his heart in a respectful bow.
Your Highness. Before he could finish, the princess shot him a glare as sharp as a blade, then walked on without a second glance.
He was left utterly speechless, his jaw hanging wide open.
She strode past with an icy grace, leaving the crowd stunned and their spirits crushed. In that moment, she glided right past the main character. He instantly recognized her as this world's ultimate, sworn enemy.
According to the original script, Hong Bae was a key character in the game. Fated to clash with the heroine, she was always the one to meet a tragic end.
No matter the route, she was brutally eliminated in most endings, or driven to suicide by the entire Academy.
She was forced to endure the worst public humiliations, as if the game's developers personally held a grudge against her.
He paused for a moment, lost in thought.
He'd heard she was a fan favorite among male gamers, and her beauty was truly on another level.
But her aura was dangerously cold, like she'd end him on the spot if he even dared to speak.
Suddenly, his stomach let out a mighty roar, and he instinctively clutched it. His most urgent quest now was to fill his empty stomach. Upon reaching the second floor, his eyes were drawn to a stall displaying countless sparkling, colorful pastries. He randomly picked one, but upon seeing the price, his face went pale. He thought, "Good heavens, why is this so expensive?"
But with no other choice, he steeled himself and bought it to satisfy his hunger.
After eating, our hero wandered out in a daze like a lost fawn. He grumbled, "Damn, is everything at 𝐏𝐥𝐚𝐲𝐶 this hard on the wallet?"
This is bad. This is really bad. Just then, an announcement echoed from the speakers. Hello? Hello? An urgent announcement for everyone.
We will be arriving at 𝐏𝐴𝐚𝐲𝐶 in 10 minutes. We ask all passengers to please gather on the ground floor. I repeat, we will arrive at 𝐏𝐴𝐚𝐲𝐶 in 10 minutes. Please proceed to the ground floor. Thank you for your cooperation.
Hearing the announcement, the main character smiled. It's finally time. This is my new reality now. With that thought, his spirit soared. Let's do this. A short while later, the group finally set foot in Stella Academy.
Looking at the sea of unfamiliar faces, he felt completely out of place.
He took a deep breath. At least he'd handled the immediate threat. The demonic sect couldn't track him anymore. But can I survive in this God-forsaken place? No. Survival in this world is incredibly tough. I wish I had some kind of cheat item to save me right now. Just then, he remembered the system notifications he'd ignored. He quickly opened the system window to check. The notification read, "The Stella Project grants you a special reward.
1. A downgraded weapon you used in the game. 2. A weakened skill you acquired in the game. 3. Experience points."
Looking at the status window, he pondered for a moment. This system is actually pretty decent.
But let's see. What should I pick? Should I get the reflector or the lightning brow?
As if it could read his mind, the system immediately provided an answer for Baek.
According to search results, the item's rank is too high and will be significantly downgraded. So, what about the Super Space Flash?
According to search results, this skill is an upgraded version of Flash and cannot be acquired. However, the reward can enhance the base Flash skill.
After reading, he froze for 5 seconds, silently cursing the sly system. Damn it! Does everything have to be downgraded? Seeing his complaint, the system explained, "Due to a lack of narrative energy, we cannot fully materialize items."
Narrative energy. What's that? The thing that influences the story's progression is called narrative energy.
If you continue to uncover the story's hidden plot points, this energy will accumulate. So, you can't give me overpowered items yet, because I'm just a rookie? He anxiously awaited the system's reply. When none came, he asked again, "What about the bulbul glasses?" Based on the system's results, it can be provided. Perfect. I'll take it.
As he spoke, the bulbul glasses materialized in his hand. He held them up, giving them a quick look.
He thought with a sigh, I never imagined I'd have to wear something this ridiculous.
The bulbul glasses are an item that stores all the information a player collected while grinding the game.
In the world of myth, recalling information about monsters you've defeated or lore you've learned is impossible.
So, players created countless info storage items in their own style. And our main character was no exception.
He used the bulbul glasses to store information. Excitedly, he put them on for a test.
A mystical blue light began to glow from the glasses. A notification appeared. Bulbul glasses. Rank undescribed. Cannot recall yesterday's dinner.
No problem, because these glasses will save every detail of what he sees and learns.
A special feature, the sealed Mockingjay folder. Using mental power, he opened the next file.
The system then showed another notice: alchemy materials, hunting grounds, dungeons,
and character profiles. Seeing this, he felt quite satisfied.
This place was just like reality, so he was stumped. But with these glasses, he could recover half his used power.
Suddenly, whispers erupted behind him. Hey, isn't that Asen? Oh, the traitor Dutchman's eldest daughter. Unbelievable. How dare she even show her face here? That reminded him. A key feature of the Mockingjay glasses was checking character information.
Let's try scanning her.
Immediately, an information panel appeared.
Asen is a fake heroine, an ice lightning mage who drinks cucumber water before pizza. As Monduchi's daughter, her family fell after her father's death.
Speaking of Asen, the fake heroine, there is one point I must clarify. Although I'm currently living inside the world of a mythology game,
This world was inspired by a romance novel called Don't Love the Princess. That novel told the story of the heroine, Isun, who lost all her relatives.
She grew up in sorrow, fighting the villain Hong Bei-jeon's schemes, and ended up with the male lead.
in the conclusion,
Her revenge plan nearly failed, and other male characters had to save her. It was a terrible ending that received countless complaints from readers. But the main issue here is the game's story is vastly different from the novels. In the game, a character named Flame was added, who then usurped the heroine's role. Moreover, this character Flame has her own unique and separate storyline. She was once just an ordinary woman from the modern world who was addicted to reading Don't Love the Princess and was then suddenly reincarnated into this world. So, unlike the novel, Asen became a fake heroine in the game, while Flame rose as the true one.
And no matter how much players cheated, she could never clear any route. This was the consequence of being kicked from the true heroine spot.
But what does any of that really matter? Still, it's strange. Am I just imagining things? I have a strong feeling I've seen her somewhere before. But that's probably just in my head. For now, I have to face this cruel reality head on.
After a long, stormy day, a new morning finally dawned. Bright sunlight streamed across Stella Academy.
Inside, students in neat uniforms stood in rows for the speech. The headmaster began. As you all know, the dark mages are sorcerers who consumed another world's power and became monsters. Even now, those dark mages continue their invasion, opening persona gates or ancient dungeons to swallow our magic world. And our mission as mages is to be the shield that protects this world from these evil forces. Hearing this, the students below began to whisper among themselves. Starting the semester with a speech this bland. Honestly, yeah, it's painfully boring. The speech continued, and next we will begin the oath ceremony for the 4 students with the highest scores, who will represent the new students.
Now, if you would please come forward to the stage.
Immediately, the shining faces of the chosen students walked up. They were all handsome young men and beautiful women, as radiant as the dawn.
Looking at those faces, our main character thought to himself,
They all shine like stars, as if they are main characters. But who here is the brightest star of all?
There was no doubt it was him. The headmaster's voice rang out. Representing all the new students here.
My Yu-sung, please come up and speak. At that, the crowd of fans below watched on in heartfelt admiration.
Oh my God, he had the highest entrance score? How can someone be so smart and so handsome? Even Baek Yoon watched and had to nod in agreement. So this is the famous Ma Yu-sung. A quick note. In this game, Ma Yu-sung is living proof of the phrase, heaven and earth's strongest. He has a 9-star mana index with godlike potential. He is a genius among geniuses. One who can control all the elements in the world. Even if I can't reach the finale, I have to avoid a disastrous end. That means getting Ma Yu-sung on our side. However, that pretty girl with the short hair, she might be Flame. His mind started to race, but he had to see her next move before acting. She's a fellow transmigrator, just like me. Teaming up with her might be a good idea. But what if things get complicated? What if she sees me as a sworn enemy and just casts me aside? Still, I hold the advantage. with my knowledge. I can't afford to act rashly and ruin things.
Flame was a hardcore fan of the romance novel, while I was a veteran player of this game. I swear I'll do this.
Even so, my influence on the plot is less than that of a low-level mob character. On top of that, the heroine has a special power that allows her to purify dark beings.
The cruel irony is, she also brings misfortune to those close to her. Getting near her would surely affect me.
My role is to support the main characters from a distance and avoid getting entangled with them.
As he pondered, the student representative's speech concluded. A wave of applause rose from the crowd.
The principal's voice echoed. And with that, I officially declare this entrance ceremony concluded.
The moment the ceremony ended, a new notification flashed in Bayan's system window.
Congratulations, you have successfully completed the quest. Enroll in Stella Academy.
After the opening ceremony, all the students gathered in a lecture hall, each finding an open seat for themselves.
The main character felt a bit down, thinking he'd graduated from college eons ago, and now he's suddenly a high schooler. The feeling was indescribably odd, but there was one cool perk here. He held the watch, thinking, yeah, having this is pretty nice. This is the Stella Watch. It certifies you as a student of the legendary Stella Academy. Possessing it will grant you privileges and services far better than other mages.
With that thought, he happily pocketed the watch. I have to seize this golden opportunity. Just then, someone opened the door.
A man with an ice-cold face walked in, stepped onto the podium, and spoke sharply.
I demand order in this classroom. We will begin the test immediately, so put away everything except your writing tools.
If anyone is wearing glasses, I must inspect them first.
A test right after the ceremony. So intense. Stella Academy's curriculum was harsher than most universities in Korea.
Students had to take an exam on their very first day. It was known as the Class Placement Test.
This meant the test would evaluate and sort all the students into their respective classes.
After distributing the exams, the teacher returned to the podium. Attention, students. You have 45 minutes to finish the test.
Your time starts now. You may begin. For someone who had been out of school for so long, having forgotten everything, seeing the exam just made him feel sick.
His face was drenched in sweat as he thought, oh man, I can't even understand the questions. How can I do this?
The placement test was nothing like the entrance exam. It was infamous for its soul-crushing difficulty.
Students were divided into classes from F to A and an S class based on their test scores.
And naturally,
Most of the powerful characters were in S class. Ironically, Baek was ranked last among 1,141 students. The main character stared at the test, unsure.
Should I just hand in a blank paper to get this over with?
I've already been accepted, so they won't expel me. I'll just voluntarily get placed in F class.
He glanced around the room. It seemed everyone was focused on their test, except for Ma Yu-sung, who was resting his chin on his hand, lost in thought. The main character looked back at his own paper, feeling a wave of disappointment. Is he already finished? Did he really solve everything? No wonder he looks so bored with life. In the game, the character Ma Yu-sung's personality was defined by his profound boredom. He was born to the most powerful family on the continent, with a genius mind and top-tier talent. Everything came easy to him. Because of that, depending on the heroine's actions, Ma Yu-sung would either turn to the side of good or fall into darkness. All the dark cults aiming to destroy humanity were extremely interested in him. But from the start, his family was the biggest problem. But still, watching a true genius at work made him reevaluate his own situation. He then had a sudden realization. Oh, wait a second. Why am I being so stupid? I can just use my bun goggles. I used this to absorb skills from the library. It might be useful now. What's the harm in trying? With that thought, he reached into his breast pocket and pulled out the glasses. Just as he put them on, the proctor grew suspicious, approaching him to ask, "Hold on. Is there an issue with your glasses?"
I told you, if you plan to use glasses, I must inspect them first. Hand them over. At that moment, our hero finally remembered, cursing himself.
Meanwhile, our main character's face went pale, sweat beading on his brow, as he thought, "It's over, Luong. What am I going to do? If he finds out these are magic glasses, I'm completely done for." He looked up, desperately praying to survive this ordeal. Suddenly, that blasted system window appeared with a notification. A lost component of the Bun glasses has been detected. Do you wish to summon it? This nearly made our hero faint from fear. After a moment, finding nothing unusual, he returned them to our protagonist and said,
I don't detect any mana here, but next time, ask for permission first. Our hero exhaled in relief. A huge weight lifted, and replied cheerfully, "Ah, yes, sir. I'll remember that."
Internally, he celebrated as if he'd struck gold.
If the original feature was active, I'd be finished. He then put the glasses on, instantly looking far more intelligent.
Immediately, the answer to every question flooded his mind. He scribbled furiously, thinking with glee, "I've hit the jackpot. I might even take first place.
With this momentum, I'll definitely escape the F rank for good.
I might even level up to A rank." As he was lost in copying, the teacher's voice cut in. "Time is up. Please stop writing and turn in your exams."
The moment he spoke, the proctor used magic to collect every student's paper. No one could possibly write another word.
Watching the tests fly toward the teacher, our hero's face sank. Wait a second, I only answered 3 questions. A stack of exams was now in the teacher's hands.
He scanned the papers when suddenly his eyes shot open in utter disbelief.
Meanwhile, Baek Yoon felt a crushing wave of disappointment, thinking, "And here I thought I was finally escaping F rank. I guess this was a bit too much for a guy like me." He reached up to remove the glasses. Suddenly, the teacher noticed something strange. Whipping his head around to yell, "Hey, you there! Give me your glasses right now."
Our hero's hair stood on end as he heard the command, stammering, "Yes, sir." Holding the glasses, the teacher thought, "Strange. This is impossible."
He turned to the student and ordered, "You, go and get Dr. Gran for me immediately." The boy replied, "Yes, sir." But his mind was in absolute chaos. Why is he acting like this all of a sudden? I was so careful with my handwriting to avoid suspicion. It's over. Have I been exposed? A short while later, in the doctor's office, the teacher's anxious voice rang out. "Doctor, what are your thoughts?"
The man studying the glasses was the professor of magical engineering, Dr. Gran. He answered, "The fact that this boy solved this problem is indeed an issue."
The teacher quickly asked, "So does that mean he cheated?" The doctor simply replied, "Cheated?
No, the boy is completely clean. I sense no energy of a magical tool from these glasses or any other item."
Without a doubt, he solved this using his own abilities. Hearing this, our main character put on the most innocent and wronged expression possible.
The doctor chuckled, patting the boy's shoulder as he continued.
How interesting. I never imagined I'd encounter a case like this. In any event, Professor Lee Hang-gu, be sure to apologize and provide him extra guidance.
The teacher looked slightly embarrassed and replied, "Ah, yes, of course." Then he turned to the boy, saying, "I have misunderstood you. Please accept my sincere apology." Our protagonist beamed, thinking to himself, "Actually, I did cheat, sir."
If the original feature had activated, I would have been doomed.
He then replied, "It's no problem at all, sir." Later, in Professor Lee Hang-gu's office, the teachers gathered to grade the exams.
He held the paper, staring intently for a long time, as if he couldn't believe what his own eyes were seeing from this student. Suddenly, someone called out, "Oh, Professor Lee Hang-gu, are these the first-year exams?" Lee Hang-gu replied, "Yes, they are."
The woman added cheerfully, "I hear there are many brilliant students this year, correct?"
This woman was a member of the Stella Academy's Council of Elders, Professor 𝐿. Lee Hang-gu replied, "That is correct."
We have quite a few outstanding students this year, from the most prestigious family in the world of fire magic.
Princess Hong Baejeon of the Adolabit Fire Nation, and the heir to the Skeven Empire, a magic prodigy at only 12 years old.
Jeremy Skeven, the prince who crushed his brothers in the war for the throne.
And from the world's grandest magic tower, Full Moon, the successor to Tower Master Xiang, also joins our academy this year.
Hearing this, Professor Yenteman spoke with satisfaction. "Oh, I hear it's tough to grade the elite students from such renowned families." But Professor Yenteman revealed this year's exam has a new format. The first 3 questions are impossible for those with ordinary academic skills. They are all tricky riddles with deep, hidden meanings. It tests their wits and whether a student can quickly move on from an unsolvable problem. Second, it tests how a student handles a problem never seen in textbooks. The era of rote magical theory is over. This is an age of practical application, needing quick judgment and creative thinking. Yet, that question required no answer. Over 1,000 of the 1,141 students submitted blank papers. The remaining 100 fought desperately for an answer. But not a single one of them was correct. Among the new students, only 3 answered with perfect accuracy. The first was Ma Young, the genius of the century. He appeared like a shooting star, but his family origins remain unknown. The second person was Flame. The headmaster himself recommended her, despite her commoner status. Her talent is widely recognized, second only to Ma Seon. And finally, Bong, a complete nobody. Ma Yuong and Flame being geniuses was expected.
But this kid, Bong, with his rock-bottom entrance score, it's unbelievable he solved all 3 impossible questions, especially since he left the remaining questions completely blank. The professor, standing beside her, noticed Professor Lai, lost in thought.
He asked curiously, "What is it? You seem concerned about the children's scores." Professor Lai answered, looking puzzled.
Well, I just can't seem to understand some of the students' scores. She continued, "Oh, that's understandable. Those formulas don't solve everything."
You can handle it, even if the kids don't know. But do you think this child could be a genius?
Professor Lee asked. Her senior replied nonchalantly, "It could have just been a lucky guess."
With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Professor Lai standing there, bewildered. He sighed in confusion and pulled up the boy's admission file. On the file was a note. Special admission. Due to a highly rated mastery of flash steps. Professor Lai had to accept the harsh truth. He thought, so he was personally scouted by the headmaster. Impressive. But a combat magic major who specializes in flash steps?
How interesting. We'll soon find out if this was a coincidence. These two children are truly special.
After the exam results were in, the school began sorting students into their respective classes.
Everyone was now buzzing with excitement, rushing to see their class assignments. Voices echoed through the halls.
"I heard the class lists are posted on the bulletin board. I'm dying of suspense. My mother said not to show my face at home unless I get into Class A."
The main character trailed behind the crowd, thinking with frustration, "I can't believe this.
Has the day come where I have to check my own class assignment? In my past life, one click of a mouse would have been enough."
With that thought, he approached the bulletin board. A boy in a blue shirt stared at him as if he were an alien. Then the whispers began, right behind his back.
Is that Byung? I heard he got a big fat 0 on the practical magic part of the entrance exam. Really?
Unbelievable. How did someone so pathetic even get into Stella? I don't understand their admission standards anymore.
The main character paid no mind to the chatter around him.
The only thing he cared about was where his name was. The rest was just noise. He moved closer to the announcement board.
He scanned the list, growing more and more confused.
Where is my name?
Then a dreadful thought struck him. Did I fail because I only answered 3 questions? Oh no, it can't be. I'm really done for.
As he wallowed in disappointment, the students continued their gossip. Byung, how could he possibly? There must be a mistake. This is insane. 𝐏𝐥𝐸 from the 𝐂𝐡𝐚𝐫 band is ranked 29th, and he's in Class A. Even Kai, who got a perfect theory score and ranked 17th, is in Class A. So how did he? Hearing his name in hushed, shocked tones, the main character felt a spark of curiosity. Confusion was written all over his face. What's going on? Should I go see? It's not like it matters, since I failed anyway. Finishing his thought, he pushed his way toward the crowd to see for himself. His eyes shot wide in pure disbelief. His name. What was it doing there? Could this be some kind of mistake? What in the world is going on? Unlike regular classes with students of varying skill, the S class exclusively selected 41 students, all on a completely different level. He reflexively scratched his head, filled with doubt about his own placement. There's definitely been a mistake. This is crazy. Does this mean I'll be seeing the game's main character more often? Getting involved with the protagonist will only shorten my lifespan, and there's nothing I can do to change that. For now, I'll just try to live quietly. Things will eventually find a way of working out. Outside, the academy remained peaceful as ever. However, in a hidden corner, a woman was seething with absolute rage. She struck Princess Hong Bion with a resounding slap. Scowling, she yelled, "You answered all 3 questions wrong. Even Princess Iso of the fallen Murion Duchy got 2 right." That woman was none other than Hong Ji-han. You couldn't answer questions that even insects could. That means you are lower than an insect. You should reflect on yourself. Do you understand? The frail girl replied, "Yes, mother." But her mother's fury hadn't subsided, her sharp gaze boring into her daughter. She then let out a heavy sigh, her voice choked with emotion. "Listen to me, Bayon. You cannot end up like me, exiled from the kingdom, stuck as a foolish professor. You must not become a disgrace to the kingdom." At this, she leaned down, gently cupping her little girl's cheeks, her voice softening. "You must become even greater than your sister." Then she smiled, a gentle smile, like any other mother. She looked at her child with affection. "You understand what I mean, don't you?" Bion's cheeks were now flushed red. She thought for a moment before answering. "Yes, of course, I understand, mother." But deep down, she was lying to herself. Those words were just a mask for the truth, that she didn't understand at all. She only knew how to live as she was taught, to solve things mechanically. But this time, The problems involved magic,
sorcery, and formulas she had never even been taught. What am I supposed to do? As the despair washed over her, she burst into tears. Why are you tormenting me like this? Meanwhile, in the S-class room, the students had already gathered. The main character sat alone at the front, covering his face in despair. I'm so screwed, he thought. Of course, I'd be transferred to a place full of eccentrics like this. Not that I was trying to get close to them anyway. Suddenly, whispers began to ripple through the room. Why is he here? That's what I'm talking about. I just don't get it.
Did you hear? Our families protested, asking why he was in the S-class, and they just said he was qualified. Seriously? How bizarre. Though they were whispering, the main character heard every word. He felt utterly alone, thinking, looks like I'm already an outcast. But it was understandable. They had trained relentlessly since childhood, so they must be devastated to have someone like him in their class. A student's class changes based on their academic performance, so this was only natural. Even the S-class was no exception. You could be demoted to a lower class, and some students might even be promoted from A-class to S-class later. Well, I'll just try talking to them then. The main character scanned the room, seeing all the familiar faces from the game. By some miracle, he had become their classmate. He couldn't help but think how surreal it all was. The characters from the game were standing right in front of him. In a few years, most of these students would become famous across the continent. And among them were 5 who would eventually betray the Magic Council. He was one of them. If only I could stop it before it even begins. Just then, Professor Lee entered, calling out, "Hello, everyone. Please settle into your seats." Hearing the somewhat familiar voice, the main character turned toward the front. The powerful professor was now speaking. It is a great honor to meet all of you. I'm sure some of you have seen me before, but I will introduce myself regardless. I am the professor of S-class, Lee Han-won. At his name, the students began whispering again. One of them spoke up. Whoa, so that's the famous Professor Lee Han-won. The student next to him replied, "The number of dark mages he's hunted is nearly in the 4 digits. That's insane. They call him a 7th-tier magic warrior. He's on a completely different level." As shocked murmurs spread through the students, Instructor Lai called for order. "All right, everyone. Settle down. It seems we have many talented students this year, including one on special admission.
You will undergo a strict 3-year curriculum. I expect every one of you to keep up.
I want all of you to show me the best you can possibly become during your time at this school.
Now then, are there any questions? In response to the teacher, the class remained silent.
The instructor smiled and continued. Good. Then let's begin. Just then, Princess 𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N appeared at the classroom door.
Everyone was stunned to see a dark bruise coloring one side of her face.
Our main character was the exception. He thought in shock. 𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N follows the rules more than anyone. How could she be late?
What happened to her? She approached the instructor, apologized, and said something quietly, her face weary and disappointed.
Curious, the main character pulled out his crested glasses to check. As soon as he put them on, a status window appeared.
𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N, villainous, fire mage, likes red ginseng candy, sometimes blames herself while only drinking a 𝐏𝐿IA-style espresso.
Has a cruel mother. Her fate is sealed. Death. After reading, he thought, not much has changed. She's destined to die.
But if Iso dies by flame, then 𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N will die as well.
You could call it the inescapable fate of a villain. I'd save her if I could, but I'm not in a position to save anyone.
The thought brought a wave of sadness as he took off the glasses.
After hearing her reason for being late, the instructor spoke. You should find a seat.
Meanwhile, our hero sighed sadly, thinking, I feel bad, but I have to keep my distance. He was lost in his own thoughts.
Suddenly, 𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N walked towards his seat. Her eyes, filled with sorrow and resentment, were fixed on him, while he remained clueless.
Then 𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N sat down in the empty seat right next to him. He shuddered in confusion. What's this? What is this feeling? Has everything been twisted from the very beginning? Once everyone was seated and settled, the instructor announced,
Before we begin class, we'll hold an inheritance ceremony, so you can receive your wands.
C class and A class will hold the ceremony together. I'll provide details later. Buku heard this with some confusion. The inheritance ceremony?
Sounds like a real hassle, but then a smile crossed his face, filled with anticipation for the event.
At Stella Academy, there are 2 major events: the soulmate contract and the inheritance ceremony.
For a prestigious academy like Stella, the inheritance ceremony holds a very special place. A while later, S and A class students gathered in a mystical location. Professor Lai began. Is everyone here? We have many wands prepared, from the lowest to intermediate ranks.
All you need to do is approach the wand you like and take it.
The process of changing wands after choosing is very complicated, so I urge you all to choose carefully.
Buku heard this and thought, even though he says that, we're not the ones who choose the wand. Something else does.
In the world of ear, wands only respond to those they acknowledge, creating a resonance effect.
This means you can't just wield a high-ranking wand because you want to. With that in mind, he approached the wands, floating in midair.
He stood there, lost in thought.
Before, I would have just picked an F-rank wand, but now I'm in S class. I can't just choose randomly and let them look down on me. Suddenly, a rather simple wand caught his eye. In this world, magic conductors are divided into two main types, wands and staves. Wands are usually the choice of knights, those who prioritize the speed of casting magic. In contrast, staves are favored by bishops. They focus on powerful spells that require much longer incantation times.
Just then, he heard whispers behind him. Hey, which one do you think he's gonna pick?
Another person added, since he's in S class, he probably won't have any problem with resonance, right?
The main character realized they were targeting him, but he simply ignored it all and thought to himself,
You kids can say whatever you want. I couldn't care less. It's just a waste of energy. Suddenly, someone behind him called out, Hey, you!
Confused about who was calling him, he turned to see an unfamiliar face and asked, What is it? And who are you?
The guy answered with an arrogant smirk. Me? The name's Yusol.
Buku heard the name, but it drew a complete blank. He figured it was just some minor character, a name he'd never even heard before. Whatever, he thought. Might as well humor him. He replied with pure indifference. Oh, is that so? I see. Usul, arms crossed, pressed on. So which magic staff are you choosing? The main character shrugged. I'll just pick one at random. Hearing this, a scornful smirk twisted Usla's lips. You'd better choose a staff that suits your commoner status. Don't try to climb too high, or the fall will be painful. You'll just end up being a burden for Professor Lai. How pathetic. The main character's face practically screamed, You really think I scare you? He turned his back without a second glance, but not without firing a parting shot. Oh, right. You try not to cause any trouble, either. That mocking attitude set him off. Rage surged through Usla's veins, his face flushing a deep crimson. He roared like a cornered animal. Damn it, you bastard! Are you looking for a fight? So tiresome. Our protagonist simply wanted to walk away, but this brat was relentlessly provoking him. With a weary sigh, he pulled a strange monocle from his pocket and put it on.
Instantly, information about the boy materialized before his eyes.
Name, 𝐓𝐷𝐾𝐝 Spyland, son of Marquis Spyland, follower of Prince Jeremy. Bully. Reading it, he removed the monocle, a bit disappointed. Seriously, is this all the information I get?
He looked up toward the fuming noble, sighing in utter boredom. He wondered to himself, is there anything special about this guy at all?
𝐓𝐷 pointed dramatically toward a staff. Anyway, I am choosing that one, so you had better watch me closely. Following his gesture, he saw a radiant red staff.
Not only that, it was an 𝐓𝐷𝐻𝐿. It seemed to be the highest-ranked weapon in the room.
A high intermediate grade staff. Normally, such a weapon is wielded only by professional mages.
On the other hand, no matter how gifted a student is, a low intermediate staff was their absolute limit.
In fact, even most professional mages rarely handle a low intermediate grade staff.
The 𝐓𝐷𝐻𝐿 was the only high intermediate staff here.
It was placed here merely for show, knowing full well no student could ever claim it. Just then, the professor announced, "Students, please stand before the staff of your choice." At his word, the students began to move, each heading toward their chosen staff.
It seemed everyone had found their match. Suddenly, shafts of brilliant blue light erupted around the room. The crowd gasped in admiration. Whoa! Didn't the Yuan twins choose the 𝐏𝐸𝐷𝐚𝐲𝐞𝐝? That's an intermediate grade staff.
Prince Skelvin also bonded with an intermediate grade staff. Observing the scene, Bukhu murmured to himself,
Princess Hung-bae chose the 𝐿𝐴𝐷𝐻𝐿, another intermediate grade staff.
Just how many can choose one? This year is insane. Oslo grew even more furious, grinding his teeth. Damn it! Just you wait. I can do it too.
With newfound resolve, he marched directly toward the high-grade staff before him.
He strode forward, drawing shocked stares from everyone around him.
Whispers erupted from the students. Isn't that 𝐓𝐷𝐾𝐝? Can he truly resonate with a high intermediate grade staff?
Meanwhile, the target of their attention was reveling in the spotlight. He reached out his hand toward the legendary weapon.
A smug grin stretched across his face. I will show you all. Witness the power of a true S-class talent.
He gripped the staff tightly, and immediately, small sparks of energy crackled around his hand. But then, a massive explosion erupted. An overwhelming wave of power blasted outwards, blinding everyone in the vicinity.
This, however, did not surprise our main character. Just
As I predicted, he thought calmly. He failed.
𝐓𝐷 was sent flying by the staff's raw power. He crashed to the ground, gritting his teeth in pure, unwilling defeat.
The nearby students cried out in alarm. "Oh no, he looks seriously injured."
Someone, get the professor, quickly. A high intermediate staff is impossible. What was that fool thinking?
So, who was it that climbed too high and fell too hard? You should have given up from the start.
Just as he thought that, another figure began walking toward that very same staff. The student looked confident, whistling a casual tune. It seemed the staff's true master had already been decided.
He seemed completely satisfied with his decision, but his actions sent a shockwave of disbelief through the other students. Heavens, is he trying to claim that scepter? There is no way he can resonate with it.
Ignoring the murmurs around him, 𝐏𝐤-sung coolly extended his hand and touched it.
He wrapped his fingers around the grip, and instantly a blinding light engulfed the entire hall. Yet he stood perfectly still, completely unfazed by its immense power. Its pressure was so immense, everyone had to shield their eyes. As expected, 𝐏𝐤-sung resonated with it. Holding the staff, he flashed a brilliant, radiant smile.
The surrounding students could barely believe what they were seeing. It was truly unbelievable.
Impossible. How did a Class 1 South student get a high-tier staff? My God, is this real?
The main character wasn't surprised, sighing as he knew more people would now see 𝐤-sung's talent.
Suddenly, 𝐏𝐤-sung glanced his way. This confused the protagonist, who wondered what he was looking at.
Then, 𝐏𝐤-sung smiled so warmly, his eyes vanished. A chill ran down our hero's spine.
Is that guy insane? What's with that smile? But then he remembered the game's original plot.
Right. Flame also obtains a high-tier staff, 𝐓𝐷𝐿. This is where their paths would diverge.
If Flame successfully claimed 𝐓𝐷𝐿, 𝐤-sung would become interested in her, opening his route.
But if she chose another staff, he'd walk a completely different path. I have to use Flame to attract him. With that thought, the main character finally spotted Flame. She was approaching a certain magic staff. She still seemed hesitant and unsure. He immediately recognized it. It was the 𝐓𝐷𝐿 staff. He watched her with bated breath. Flame drew closer and closer to 𝐓𝐷𝐿. Looking at her back, he prayed. That's it. Just take it. Then 𝐏𝐤-sung will become curious about Flame, and will get a perfect ending. But fate twisted. Just as she reached 𝐓𝐷𝐿, she turned away. He was shocked enough to cough up blood. What gives? What was that? Doesn't she like 𝐓𝐷𝐿? What's happening? Did she not know? Or not have enough info?
This situation isn't looking good. Flame can resonate with any staff since she's the protagonist.
But what if she picks some completely unknown staff? I'll lose another great opportunity.
This won't do. I have to take action. I need to push Teravan towards Flame myself.
He focused, locked on to Flame's position, and used his flash skill to dash right to her. Instantly, he was behind her.
Flame suddenly felt a presence directly behind her. She immediately turned her head.
Startled, she wondered when he got there. Baek Yoon-sung raised a hand with a friendly smile. "Hey there."
I was just curious which staff you were planning to choose, Flame asked suspiciously. Why do you want to know?
He replied awkwardly. Well, I just wanted to give some advice, since you seemed a little conflicted.
Hearing his lame excuse, Flame replied coldly, That is none of your business. I'll be leaving now.
With that, she turned to walk away. He was about to speak, but then he realized something was terribly wrong here.
Flame is supposed to be friendly with everyone. She's the sociable type, isn't she?
So why is she being so cold? But I can't just give up like this. My entire life depends on this. Stealing his resolve, he called out, Hey, wait! I really just want to help you. At this, Flame got even more irritated. You nosy woman. Worry about yourself first. You haven't even picked a staff yet, but you're meddling in others' business.
But the main character didn't back down, continuing, Wait, but I feel there's a staff that's perfect for you.
Flame, enraged, yelled, Are you trying to teach me? What the hell do you know about staves anyway?
Faced with her attitude, he got a little scared, thinking, What's with her? Did I do something wrong?
Maybe she just doesn't care about a low-tier extra like me, he stammered in response. Well, I've heard a lot about you. Don't you think you could obtain that staff? Flame paused, shocked. Teravan? Seeing she'd calmed down, he grinned ear to ear.
That's right. That's the one. Suddenly, a strange sound made his smile freeze.
The sound grew louder and louder, its aura pulsing out. He was absolutely terrified. His eyes shot open as a staff flew into his hand.
He blinked his eyes open, muttering, What is this? Then he examined the staff closely.
In the next moment, his face went pale. Why is it in my hand? Flame was the one who was supposed to get it. Damn it. At this point, he was speechless and didn't know how to explain this embarrassing situation.
Flame stared blankly for a moment, then broke into a wide smile. So, what now? Her strange attitude gave him goosebumps. It's nothing.
But inwardly, he was terrified for his future. This is it. I'm done for. Now I can't even live a quiet life. The succession ceremony ended, but its aftershocks remained. Later, on the school grounds,
Flame was casually walking behind a group of students. She happened to overhear two students talking just ahead. "Hey, have you heard the hot news? This year, two students acquired high-rank staffs." The other replied, shocked, "Wait, seriously? Until now, only 5 people have ever managed that. And now 2 more?" "Yeah, that's right. But there's something strange. One of them only used Blink during the magic placement test." "Huh? Blink is just a basic spell." "How is that possible? My parents said Blink is a rare awakening. This whole thing is just bizarre." Their conversation made Flame pause and think. She couldn't make sense of it either. A moment later, she arrived near the study hall. The atmosphere here felt peaceful, making her sigh in relief. Finally, some peace and quiet.
Everywhere I went today, all I could hear were whispers about that incident.
News of the two students getting high-rank staffs had spread everywhere. But I still don't understand who he is, or how he obtained the terrible staff.
I read the original novel 3 times before I was Isekai'd here. But this character never appeared. They said no one could claim Terrible, yet he resonated with it so easily. No, that's not right. It felt more like he was showing off for me. Whatever. It's useless thinking about it now. Suddenly, someone called her name. "Flame, are you here to study too?" Hearing her name, she turned around, her eyes curving into a smile as she replied cheerfully, "You guys are funny. Do you think I'm some kind of bookworm?"
The blonde girl continued, "Well, you always say you have nothing to do, and then end up studying."
Flame replied, embarrassed, "Hey, that's not true." Another girl chimed in with a question. "But Flame, why do you call us kids? Aren't we the same age?" Flame had to invent a quick excuse. It's probably just a habit. Where I used to live, everyone treated me like an old lady." But the truth was, she knew she was living inside a novel. So how could she ever feel like a child? Another voice spoke up. "So, are you planning to study alone today?" She looked over and saw a cute girl with red hair. She wondered, could this be Jackie? Why is her fashion sense so similar to mine? Despite her thoughts, she replied brightly, "No, there's a meeting soon that I plan to attend. Anyway, I should get going. Yeah, let's grab a drink next time." With that, Flame quickly turned to leave, not forgetting to wave goodbye. "See ya." "Bye-bye." Her cheerful expression vanished, replaced by her usual cool demeanor. She thought, it's so hard for a grown-up like me to go back to being a student. Lost in her own wandering thoughts, she wasn't paying attention to what was in front of her. A moment later, she bumped headfirst into someone with a loud thud, groaning as she held her head. "Ouch, that hurts." A voice spoke from above. "Flame?" Hearing that warm voice, she looked up in surprise. "Hey, Koo-chang, is that you?" The boy immediately asked, "Are you all right?"
What were you thinking about that made you rush like that? Flame replied, I'm fine.
He studied her for a moment, then asked, "You don't look so good. Is something wrong?"
Hearing his warm words of concern, Flame's eyes sparkled. "He's worried about me," she thought. Then, blushing, she replied, "No, not at all." Hearing this, the boy changed the subject. "Well, it's good you're okay. So you're heading to study hall too?" Yeah? Are you off to the S-rank exclusive training room again?"
Flame answered, "How can I be lazy with my daily training?" You're so dedicated.
Hey, you're one to talk. Oh, really? And so, a small. A moment later, the boy fell silent, looking at Flame with a fond expression. He smiled and waved his hand in front of her face.
Well, I'm off. See you later. And just like that, he left, leaving a bewildered Flame behind. She was imagining some kind of romantic story unfolding, but it never happened. A bit disappointed, Flame turned away, thinking, "What a boring guy." Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Peeking from behind a nearby door was her purple-haired friend, who had been spying on her. Seeing this, Flame raised a hand to wave, but the girl said nothing and immediately walked away. At this reaction, Flame was a little confused, but then she realized it was late. Now wasn't the time to chase after her.
A while later, she finally arrived at the study hall. Standing before the door, she thought, a special supplementary class. If I remember the original novel correctly, Isekai'd and Hong Bae-young will be attending this meeting.
I'm curious to see how the heroine and the villainess of this novel will face each other. Right after, she opened the door and stepped inside. Just as she had predicted, all the important characters were already there. She slowly scanned the room,
Her eyes fell on the meeting's host, an A-rank student. He looked quite surprised by the members present today.
No wonder so many famous S-rank cadets were here. Then, Flame's eyes landed on Ma Yu-sung and Baek-oh. The two of them were chatting cheerfully together. This sight caught Flame completely by surprise. How could a powerhouse like Ma Yu-sung be interested in a no-name like Boo? Flame knew it wasn't a coincidence, and Boo failing all but the 3 hell-level questions felt just as absurd.
Perhaps from the very beginning, Boo knew that solving those specific questions would guarantee him an S-rank placement. If Boo truly knew the future, his actions were nothing short of terrifying.
Meanwhile, 𝐿 was sighing, wishing someone would just drag this guy away. But the other boy felt the complete opposite.
He beamed at 𝐿 and asked, "Oh, 𝐿,
Why are you here? Your skills are far beyond this lecture. Or is there some secret reason?" Our main character forced a laugh. No reason at all. I just came to check it out. But he was lying to himself. He'd been forced to attend this class, all because of his terrible scores.
He was sick of this guy. Why was he so fixated on him? Just then, another voice cut through the room.
All right, everyone. Settle down. That's enough chatter for now. Today, we'll discuss the recent ranking evaluation. As you all know, the difficulty of this test was incredibly high. So difficult. Even upperclassmen dubbed them the 3 hell-level questions. And I will carefully explain each of them to you. He said that, but inside, he was quite nervous. He couldn't understand why the popular cadets were here. His only goal was to boost his own fame by helping the idiots in this class. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Kai's mind. His gaze shifted towards Boo as he thought, "Wait, this is my chance." I heard Boo had the lowest score on the entrance exam. All I need to do is prove that I'm far superior to him. Kai began explaining as he wrote on the board. This is actually a trick question. It's designed to lead you down the wrong path. First, we have to approach it like this. Below him, the entire class listened intently, scribbling down notes.
Ma Yu-sung glanced over at Boo, who seemed lost in thought. He then asked, "What do you think?"
Do you believe his interpretation is correct? 𝐿, startled by the question, looked up at the boy beside him. He was grinning from ear to ear, eagerly awaiting an answer. Faced with this, our hero paled and thought, "What the hell is this? He's asking me if that guy's explanation is correct. I don't even understand what's being taught, let alone the 3 hell-level questions. Still, honesty is the best policy." With that, 𝐿 replied,
No. I don't know either.
The words had barely left his mouth when nearby students misheard and whispered, "What? It's Boo. He said Kai's solution is wrong."
It seemed they twisted his words on purpose to slander Yusio, since everyone knew he had the lowest entrance score. Up at the board, Kai overheard the whispers and stopped. He grit his teeth, a flicker of anger in his eyes.
Suddenly, our hero realized something was terribly wrong. He glanced left and right in confusion, thinking,
Huh? What the hell? Why is everyone staring at me like that?
Meanwhile, Kai stopped writing, snapped the chalk in his hand, and said, "That's right. I made a mistake." Our hero was completely stunned. What in the world is happening? Then Kai flashed a smug grin and continued, "So Boo, why don't you come solve this part for everyone?" Hearing this, a chill ran down his spine.
He thought, "Nani, what is he talking about?" Then he noticed Ma Yu-sung's gaze and was surprised.
He was beaming with complete faith, as if to say, "You can do it. Go on." That's when it all clicked. This guy and the others had set this whole trap up on purpose. Realizing this, he slowly walked down to the podium.
As he walked, he thought, "Fine. If you want to humiliate me, you've made a huge mistake. I'll make you eat your words." At that moment, all eyes in the room were fixed on him. Reaching the front, he took something out and scanned the other student's solution. The item he revealed was a pair of mockingbird glasses. He thought to himself, 3 hell-level questions? This looks more like a simple word puzzle.
The question went something like this. A mage chants the following spell. "O Mother Earth, please shed your tears, and from them let the dust become twice what it was." The question was, why is that? The answer to that question was also very simple. Was the dust truly crying? It was merely a state of separation.
The main character scratched his head in frustration, muttering a curse for whoever came up with this brain twister. It was a complete farce.
Sending dust back to dust. Simply unbelievable. His absurd method was clearly wrong, yet it magically led to the right answer.
He must have been blessed by his ancestors. With any other similar question, he would have failed instantly.
And from now on, this stage is mine. With that, the main character turned to the proctor and made a sharp declaration.
I can't exactly show you how to solve this question, but I can tell you where you went wrong. The proctor jumped, stammering. What? The main character continued calmly. The problem is about the Earth's foundation, but what if it were water or wind? Do you think your method could solve those? If so,
I'd use a different, easier method. But if you do that, you'll need many different ways to solve the same type of question.
Therefore, you were just lucky to stumble upon the right answer.
This doesn't mean your answer aligned with the questioner's intent. The proctor was dumbfounded, his throat tight, only managing a few choked sounds before falling silent.
You're right. Seeing the proctor's crestfallen state, the main character felt a bit guilty, thinking he might have been too harsh. He continued, "Anyway, the solution is like this."
The proctor listened while busily jotting everything down. The whole class below also began to take notes frantically.
Witnessing this scene, Fen could only stare with wide-eyed disbelief. Why was everyone suddenly so focused on his words?
Ison and Hong Baeyeon should have been the first to jump into a debate.
So why were they both engrossed in analyzing his solution? What in the world was happening? This was just too much.
By now, the sun had set, dyeing the sky a deep purple. Inside, Ma-ong waved at An. Bye-bye. See you tomorrow.
Once he was out of sight, An covered his face in despair. He was doomed. Getting involved with that Ma Wang would be the death of him.
He didn't want a tomorrow or to ever see him again. He slowly lowered his hands, looking at his long fingers, when an idea sparked. It must be the phone.
But because of it, Ma Yu-sung noticed him. Damn it, why did he have to keep running into that guy? And besides Flame, who else even uses one?
As he walked hesitantly, he suddenly saw Hong Bon standing nearby, a sad look on her face.
He wondered what was wrong with her, but her gloomy expression wasn't his problem. Why bother getting involved?
He simply walked past her. Suddenly, she called out, "Byom-sun." He froze, wondering if he'd misheard. But she spoke again.
"I have something to ask you." The main character was visibly surprised, never expecting someone so perfect would need to ask him anything.
He replied, "Hung Bone, what is it?" She didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point.
Why didn't you explain your answer back then? The main character froze for a few seconds, thinking to himself, I thought I did explain it.
But honestly, he didn't even know how to explain it. How could he explain a question that had no real answer? She must have misunderstood. He awkwardly scratched his head. Well, I didn't really explain anything.
Hong Bone immediately cut him off. I see. You didn't want to reveal it there, did you? Her words confused him even more. That's not it,
she said again. Then I will compensate you. The main character nearly collapsed. What are you talking about? Bon declared firmly. I said I will compensate you fairly, so explain everything that's in your head. At this, he was shocked to his core, his mouth hanging open.
Huh? A short while later, they both snuck into Teacher Lee's office. After a bit of searching, they finally found their exams.
He glanced at 𝐏𝐥𝐸's paper and said, I really don't understand why you're paying me to explain 3 questions from the placement test.
Bon replied, I have my own reasons, which I can't say. Just tell me. Yes, yes, my lady.
The main character obediently looked over her test, but you only got these 3 wrong. I got all the others wrong, and yet you're asking me? Aren't you embarrassed?
𝐏𝐥𝐸 coolly replied, No. The only thing I'm ashamed of is that I still can't understand the answers to those questions. If you can help me clear up this doubt, I am willing to do anything.
The main character was completely stunned, thinking, wait, she's a model student. He then asked, but why are you asking me? You're a princess. Don't you have plenty of friends to ask? She hesitated, at a loss for words. Of 1,141 freshmen, only 3 answered those hell-level questions, and he was one of them. The main character was utterly stunned.
What are you saying? The girl looked defeated. Those questions had no real answer. Yet you and Myou Shunfei both solved them.
And that is what I am most ashamed of. The main character couldn't take it anymore, his hands starting to tremble.
No, wait a minute. He shot up from his seat, shouting. Those 3 questions were a trick? They were designed to be unsolvable?
Yes, didn't you realize that? 𝐏𝐥𝐸 replied. He swallowed his rage and collapsed into his chair, his mind reeling. This was insane.
Now I understand why I'm in the S class and why Flame tried to stop me. I'm completely ignorant of this world's game settings. I didn't know about the trick questions, but Flame is a different story. She read the entire novel. Even if she doesn't know the game's plot, she definitely knows the world's rules.
For instance, those 3 fraudulent questions.
But since a side character who wasn't in the original appeared, Flame had to acknowledge the existence of Burson. Damn it. No wonder she's been acting so strange.
Seeing his reaction, 𝐏𝐥𝐸 asked blankly, Are you all right? The main character coolly replied, It's nothing. Don't worry. Just don't forget, you owe me a favor for explaining the answer. Bon nodded. Of course. The main character continued, I have just one small request. Turn my staff into a magic sword. As a blacksmith of the kingdom, you can do that, can't you? A future mage like yourself. Why would you? The main character cut her off. It just suits my taste. Could he admit it? It was his weakness? He looked at her with eyes full of anticipation. So, what do you think? Can you do it? She thought for a moment,
then answered with confidence, "Of course, that's a simple matter for me."
The perfect answer. The main character was thrilled, his cheeks flushing as he thought, "Absolutely incredible."
With that settled, he began to explain. "All right, I'll tell you how to solve this first." He pointed at the exam paper with authority.
The method is to change your own perspective. She stared back, completely lost. Change my perspective? The main character knew Hong Bon's weakness. Her magic was too mechanical, and she was trapped within that mindset. Hong Bon only realizes this in her second year after losing to Flame. I can't make her see it now, but maybe I can point her in the right direction.
So, what I need to do now is, he continued, do you understand what a trick question is?
At this question, Hong Bon looked surprised and replied, "A trick question? I believe I've heard of them."
Let me give you an example. What is between knee and knee?
She rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Is it the inner part of the knee? He replied coolly, "Wrong. The answer is and." Hong Bian was still confused.
Huh? How can that be?
He emphasized his question. I'm asking what word is between the word knee and the word knee. Do you get it now? Realizing she'd been trolled, she started to fume.
Seeing she was about to explode, Baek said nervously, "Hey now, hold on."
Don't get so worked up over it. Calm down and look at the question. It has its own formulas and tricks you just don't know yet.
My point is, when you face a problem like this, you need a more creative approach to solve it.
But can you achieve that with creativity alone? Hearing this, Hong Bian's expression fell.
She answered, ashamed, "No, that's impossible." At that, the main character breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Of course, while understanding many types of spells and their uses is incredibly important, for a mage, the most crucial thing is one's perspective of the world. Through your perspective, magic transforms in unpredictable ways. But you only think about what you have seen and learned in books. That's all just impractical theory. Magic isn't just about memorizing and casting spells.
You may be better than me at analysis and evaluation,
But you lack the most essential thing for a mage, and that is creativity. After Burson's long lecture, Bond silently mulled over his every word.
She couldn't deny it, nor could she suppress her emotions, as her hands began to tremble violently.
She was sinking into despair. Seeing her serious expression, the main character broke into a nervous sweat. He rubbed his head awkwardly.
You understood what I just said, right? Even if it sounded a bit complex and abstract.
Hong Bian replied with confidence, "Of course. I understand completely."
The main character forced a laugh, thinking, Amazing. I barely know what the hell I just said. He then said seriously, I'm glad you could understand.
Then let's begin. I'll ask you a riddle. What did the man say to the horse when he put it to bed?
She seemed a bit lost by the question. Resting her chin on her hand, she wondered, what does a man say to a horse before bed?
Unable to figure it out, she admitted defeat. I don't know. Our hero revealed the answer. It's simple. It's time for bed.
And then he launched into another series of questions. Why don't they work harder? I also don't know. Because they're always lying down on the job. So what happens when rock and paper join a race?
I have no idea. The rock would roll, of course, but the scissors in paper wouldn't move. Their shapes just don't allow for it.
At this point, he glanced over at 𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N, who didn't dare utter another word. Her entire body was trembling. It seemed she was berating herself, her brow furrowed in utter frustration. She was grinding her teeth, looking furious. Seeing this, the main character got nervous. Oh no, she looks like she's about to transform. Mustering his courage, he asked one more. So what does the cloud say to the sea? Ah, my mistake. What does the cloud say to the sea when it's raining? She focused intensely, steeling her resolve.
Come on, I can do this. Just calm down.
After a moment of inner struggle, she stammered, I'm falling for you. Hearing her answer, he cheered in surprise. Whoa, you got it right. She had finally answered one correctly and earned his approval. An indescribable joy washed over her, and that happiness was written all over her face. 𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N flashed a brilliant smile, her eyes sparkling with pure excitement, and her reaction completely took him by surprise. This was the very first time he'd ever seen her smile, whether in the game or in real life. Her joy was infectious, and he grinned smugly. Just as expected from a princess. My creativity is on another level entirely. Flustered by the excessive praise, she blushed. She tried to regain composure and said, All right, let's move on. Give me the next question. The main character grinned mischievously. Good. That's the spirit. My next question is... And just like that, they chatted away until nightfall. Outside on the school grounds, a few groups of students still lingered. Meanwhile, our hero walked home alone, looking utterly drained, with dark circles under his eyes. He sighed, thinking what a waste. He'd spent 3 whole hours asking 𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N those ridiculous riddles, and she probably wouldn't remember a thing. Speaking of 𝐏𝐥𝐵𝐴N, her future as a legendary witch with a superior mind was practically set in stone. But her greatest weakness was her rigid way of thinking. Yet even though she was the villain, he felt a pang of guilt for teasing her about it. But I need to forge Terravon into a magic sword quickly. I have to push myself even harder. This isn't like my old self, who could handle everything alone. My head hurts. I'll just find the books I need. A short while later, he arrived at a certain place. He scanned the area, searching. This isn't right. It should be around here. I'm sure I didn't misremember. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. There it is. Before him stood a dilapidated old house, choked with dust and draped in cobwebs. Stepping inside the desolate space, he thought, wow, this place is a complete wreck. Looking at the shopkeeper, he remembered something. I know one thing. This bookstore owner has a weird habit of faking sleep to watch customers. If I recall correctly, this nameless bookstore holds the personal notebook of Mayela. He was Stella Academy's top student 10 years ago. In my past life, one click was all I needed. But in this world, I need the actual book to learn. Furthermore, the books you study directly influence your level-ups. I tried famous shops first, but soon realized the best tomes are hidden in these obscure places. With that thought, he ventured deeper inside. With Myla's notes for magic engineering class, he thought excitedly, I'll be unstoppable. A perfect score is practically guaranteed. Then again, he considered, I could probably get a decent score just by wearing my glasses. But what if I find a secret formula? Suddenly, something caught his eye. A green book, tucked away in a corner of the shelf. He gasped. This is what I was looking for. But as his hand reached out to grab it, another hand shot out at the same time. And just like that, the two of them froze, staring. He blurted out in surprise, Isel? The girl looked back, confused. Huh? Do you know me? Of course, the main character replied. You're pretty famous. Recognition slowly dawned on her face. Oh, right. You're in the supplementary group. Your name is Burson, correct? He felt a pang of disappointment. Seriously, he thought. She doesn't remember we met before the academy even started? She continued, I really enjoyed that debate. It's just a shame you couldn't explain all of the answers. He then recalled Isel also failed to solve those riddles. Anyway, she said, it was nice to see you. Then she turned and coldly walked away. He grabbed the book, his eyes drawn to Isen, thinking, what is she doing here? She was still picking out books, but seemed very hesitant to buy them. It was clear as she carefully checked the price of each one. After seeing the price, she sighed in disappointment.
and put the book back. Ben saw the entire exchange.
He could guess why she was here. This shop sold used books, so its customers were often poor students like him. As someone from a fallen noble family, Isen had lost everything. This was the only place for her. Her father was likely killed by dark mages.
He suddenly felt a wave of pity for her. A princess, forced to buy old books, even having to check the price tags.
On top of that, Isen's fate in the original novel was tragic. She died even before Flame. I've become the main character in this world. You could say Isen is the lowest tier character in this game.
Lost in thought, he finally picked out a few books for himself, all of them quite thick and heavy. He placed them on the counter, saying, "I'd like to pay for these."
At that same moment, Isen also walked up to the counter.
Seeing the stack of books he chose, Isen could only stare in envy. She never expected him to buy so many. The shop owner was equally surprised. All of this, very well. The main character gave a slight nod, then glanced toward Isen. Her expression looked somber, so he asked, "Is something wrong?"
She replied indifferently, "It seems you chose some interesting books."
The main character was a bit flustered. Is she trying to insult me? He then replied, "Which book are you talking about?" Isen continued, "All of them. But why are you reading about advanced sealing theory? It's an ancient art that requires artifacts. Because of that, now that alchemists and magic engineers are so advanced, the skill is rarely used." He answered, "Oh, this one?"
You're right. It's not very useful.
Hearing that, she wondered if he was crazy for choosing it. She said coldly, "So you're aware of that?" He replied nonchalantly, "Of course I am. That's precisely why I took it."
Hearing his answer, her jaw dropped in disbelief. Huh? What? The main character simply hugged the books and gave a sly grin. Because everyone thinks like you, it's easier to get a high grade in this class. Well, I'm heading out. Bye-bye. As he walked off, he thought smugly, just as Isen said, hardly anyone wants to take sealing theory. But because of that, I'll spend less time and get a higher grade than in other classes. With these books, this semester will be an easy game. And just like that, he walked away, leaving a stunned Isen behind. She was confused. She wanted to ask more, but her immense pride kept her from speaking up. The scene changes to the next day at Stella Academy. Isen was walking nervously through the corridor. This was the first class for void theory, and also her very first class after enrolling. She thought, this subject is an easy credit. It shouldn't be too bad. She then entered the classroom, which was already filled with quite a few students. Just as she found an empty seat, she overheard the conversation of a group beside her
Hey, are you taking void theory too? Yeah, but I think I'm doomed.
I registered because I heard this class was easy, but it seems the rumor spread too far. All the top students are in this class now.
It's totally game over for us now. Hearing this, Ison could only sigh. I guess I'll just have to try my best in the other classes.
A while later, the class ended. Everyone started filing out, looking tired and groaning.
My butt is so sore from sitting. I'm starving. What should we eat for lunch? Let's check the cafeteria and decide. Ison trudged along behind them, all alone.
She sighed, thinking sadly. This is bad. What should I do? With so many people in my registered class, it'll be hard to get a scholarship.
At that moment, her stomach rumbled loudly. She clutched her wallet, hesitating. Should I just go eat first? Let's see. I only have 60 meal tickets left for this semester, so I'll just have bread today. Suddenly, Ison's eyes lit up with surprise at something she saw.
It turned out, on her way to the cafeteria, she happened to pass by a classroom. She recognized a familiar person sitting there. At first, she wondered what he was doing there. But when she saw the professor lecturing, she realized this was the class he registered for. But strangely, this class had very few students, and all of them were poor performers. This professor must be on the verge of unemployment. But then she realized if she also registered for this class, she could get a high grade without much effort and could save her energy for other subjects to get a scholarship. Wait, but how did this guy know this course was easy in advance? Oh my God, don't tell me he had already calculated which courses were the best to take. No way. What am I even thinking? It must be a coincidence. With that thought, she walked away. The scene shifts to the next morning as the sun rose high in the sky. In a corner of a classroom, students were still listening intently to the lecture. The professor said, "I'm sure all of you know the roots of all magic. The Genesis mage, Baek Yi, was the one who spread magic across the world. Humans and other races learned how to use magic. And the professor giving the lecture was none other than Professor Lilin, who specializes in researching the moon deity." He continued, "That mage taught the elves natural magic, the dwarves material magic, and humanity elemental magic. Then he ascended to the heavens, blah, blah, blah." And so the abstract, confusing lecture droned on. The main character felt like he was listening to gibberish, sighing to himself, "Good grief, at this rate, I'll be completely washed out in 3 years. I could have skipped all this knowledge with a single button click in the game. But this class is important. It might just reveal the true ending. It's all just a guess for now.
Suddenly, he noticed a familiar face sitting beside him. Turning his head, he thought in surprise, "She's in this class too?"
I don't remember any main character signing up for this. Whatever. It has nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, the professor was still lecturing passionately. Humanity's curiosity wasn't limited to elemental magic. Mages roamed the world, plundering the magical secrets of other races. Even so, they were not satisfied, but they could learn no more.
The Genesis mage left behind the 12 divine moons and vanished without a trace. Does anyone know of the 12 divine moons?
A clear voice spoke up. It is said they are guardians who protect the balance of power on the continent.
And it was none other than Isen speaking. She added, "I've also heard they were scattered across the continent, carrying that mission. Until 1,000 years ago."
Professor Gyo looked quite surprised by her answer. He continued, "Oh, that's correct.
They possess a special power that protects the continent. For example, the 6th moon, Summer Red, bears a blazing crimson flame.
And it is said that flame will never be extinguished. If you go to the bottom of the Alamanca Sea, you can still see it burning. Those who are curious can go see for themselves. The main character thought he'd misheard, thinking with a shudder, is he joking? If any living creature invades the Sea King Alamanca's territory, they're instantly erased. From the podium,
The professor continued enthusiastically. This is the Levian Shore, a massive whirlpool, frozen by the 12th moon, winter blue.
Each divine moon holds its own power, but a miracle occurs if they are all brought together.
a student below asked, "Professor, what is that miracle?" The professor's voice suddenly lowered. "Ah, that is something no one knows. They have been dormant for 1,000 years. The main character knew he was right. I've encountered a few divine moons while playing the game, but only managed to see 5 of them during limited time events. And that's after gathering intel from other players. No gamer has seen more divine moons than I have. If my guess is right, then the 12 divine moons are connected to the true ending. Since no one found the true ending in 10 years, the answer must lie in content no one has ever reached. I only saw 5 moons after risking my life repeatedly, but if I want to see the true ending, I have no choice but to start over." At that same moment, in another outdoor class, a massive fireball was hurtling toward a training dummy. A charismatic woman in a red dress stood in the center and announced, "Power isn't everything. No matter how strong the attack, it's useless if it doesn't hit the enemy." This woman
was Professor Hong Jae, who taught the fire class.
As she walked around observing her students, she sensed something about to happen. Immediately after, an immense torrent of fire magic shot towards the dummy.
And then, boom, a huge explosion erupted. The professor watched the source of this power with a satisfied look. But then, her eyes widened in utter shock.
After the explosion, as the smoke and dust cleared,
the dummy was not only intact, it was completely unscathed. The professor looked at the scene with disappointment, exclaiming, "That was terrible, Bon."
Hearing this, the girl trembled. Bon slumped onto a bench, her eyes heavy with disappointment. Thinking, "I failed Mother again.
Mother will be so disappointed." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Princess?" Looking up, she saw a cute girl with red hair in 2 pigtails. The girl smiled brightly and asked Han, "Are you all right?"
Then she slowly sat beside Bon, continuing, "Don't be sad. You looked incredible, Princess."
Bon replied indifferently, "What do you mean? You used the same magic as me, but it was so much more powerful. What good did it do?"
"I didn't even hit the target, but your magic was truly amazing. It was so freaking cool. To be honest, I've known about you since I was a child." Hearing this, Bon realized this girl was also a fire mage like her. Her name seems to be 𝐴 I think I've heard that name somewhere before. Rumor has it that a fire-made genius has appeared, but even so, she's nothing compared to my magic. With that thought, Bon spoke up. "It's impressive that your accuracy is so high." The girl replied shyly, "But if you practiced more, how could I ever compare?" Bon shot to her feet and said, "But that's only enough for the weak. Anyway, talking to you made me feel much better. See ya." With that, Bon walked away, leaving the pigtail-haired girl sitting there, stunned. The scene shifts to a tidy, well-kept castle. Bon was also present, though she seemed drained of all energy. Just then, a voice called out, "Your Highness." A strong, dignified woman appeared from behind her. She continued, "Welcome back, Your Highness."
And this was Hong Bon's personal guard, Yeterin. "We've prepared some warm tea and sweets for you." Bon replied, "Thank you."
Yeterin continued her report regarding the task of modifying the magic staff's appearance. Because the staff is of such high quality, they said it could be forged into a high-class magic sword. Bone listened, eating a pastry with a hint of doubt. "Is that so?" Yeterin went on. "However, there are some concerns." Bon looked up, surprised. "Concerns?" Yeterin hesitated. "Well, I heard a rumor that it constantly drains mana from its owner." At this, Bone shot up in disbelief, whipping around in alarm. "What?
Doesn't that make it a dark artifact? 𝐏𝐥𝐚's voice grew serious.
Not exactly. It seems to resonate with the energy of nature itself. Bone was utterly baffled, muttering, "Impossible! How can something that drains its master's mana also resonate with nature? Then why is it only an intermediate class staff?"
𝐏𝐥𝐻 replied, "That is precisely the reason it remains at that level. What are your thoughts on this?"
Its original ability was to powerfully amplify the user's mana, boosting it to a high-class level.
But because it only absorbs and never releases, its rank was downgraded to intermediate. Hearing this, Bon lost her composure and shot up, shouting,
What? High class? How could any student possibly wield something like that? Even 𝐏𝐥𝐻 seemed shocked by this revelation.
Meanwhile, Bon was still reeling, unable to make sense of the situation. Clutching her head, she continued, "I knew it wouldn't resonate with just anyone, but I never thought someone could actually use it. Unless they had a monstrous amount of mana, or none at all. I don't understand it. Any normal person would realize the danger."
She took a long breath, her throat dry from speaking.
She took a sip of hot tea before adding, "In any case, he is certainly someone special." The scene shifts to a few days after the new semester began.
Inside a lecture hall, a professor was passionately explaining a concept to his students.
"Attack magic requires a deeper understanding than any other type of spell, and our main character sat among the students, listening intently."
This bald professor was the mana guidance instructor, Professor 𝐏𝐿𝐼. He continued, "That is why mana guidance is a required class. From now on, you'll focus on projection and targeting in your duels."
Also present in the lecture was Isen. The girl seemed to be listening with intense focus.
At the front of the class, the professor passionately explained, "Projection is firing magic from your body, while targeting is aiming it at a stationary object."
Now, we will discuss the trajectory formula. From 760 meters north, Chosu is moving south at 12.6 meters per second.
What is the appropriate trajectory and predicted distance for Longyi to use a water system spell?
As the professor finished, the entire class fell silent. Below, two students broke the tense atmosphere with their whispers.
A curious voice spoke up. "Of all the attributes, why water?"
His friend, sitting beside him, tried to quiet him down, quickly adding,
"If you're not a water system specialist, don't even try to answer. Is the professor trying to overwhelm us?"
A wave of drowsiness hit the main character, who let out a silent yawn, thinking, "This is so boring.
"Why is this even more time-consuming than my classes in Korea?" Suddenly, the professor's sharp voice cut through the lethargic air.
Student Baek Yoon-sung, please stand and answer the question."
With a look of pure annoyance, our hero mumbled, "Yes, sir," while screaming internally, "Seriously? Me again?" After wrestling with the problem for a moment, Yoon-sung found the solution. He stood confidently and announced, "Sir, I've solved it." Faced with Yoon-sung's answer, the professor couldn't hide his shock, exclaiming aloud,
Excellent. To solve it so easily. Is your initial attribute water? The boy quickly waved his hands, humbly replying, "No, sir, it isn't."
Oh, well, that's truly remarkable. Let's move on to the next question. This very exchange caused Ison to see him in a completely new light. A short while later, the lecture ended, and students began packing their books to leave. A clear voice called out from behind, "Excuse me." By reflex, he turned and replied, "Yes? Are you talking to me?"
Standing before him now was Ison. She continued, "Yes, I have a question for you." A thought suddenly crossed Ison's mind. She'd been wondering about Baek Yoon-sung while observing him. It wasn't about his rank, but his intelligence, which rivaled even the top vankers. He had solved the professor's complex problem with such incredible speed and precision. That was something truly hard to believe. A question of that level was at least graduate level, something only a professor could solve. Even at Stella, a place where geniuses gather, just what was Yoon-sung's true identity? At first, I thought I was wrong, but now I'm certain. He definitely has a strategy for registering for his courses. At this point, Iowa asked, "I want to know, what's your next class?" Caught by the sudden question, Yoon-sung was surprised. He tried to stay calm and replied, "Why do you ask? Don't tell me you have a crush on me?" He looked slightly annoyed. "What is wrong with you? Do you think I'm some kind of pervert? That's disgusting." Yoon-sung's face turned purple with anger. "I'm the one who should be disgusted. Isn't that right?" But then, he suddenly realized he was an adult. What the hell was he even saying? He scratched his head, asking again in embarrassment, "So, why did you ask?" This time, Io answered seriously, "I've been researching the classes you've taken. It seems they are all courses where you can easily get high scores. I won't beat around the bush. I'll ask you directly, where did you learn that strategy? Because this is incredibly important to me." Hearing this, our main character thought to himself, so that's what this was about. He immediately waved his hands, laughing loudly. "What are you talking about? The classes must just be a coincidence. If that's all, I'm leaving." And with that, he turned to walk away. Seeing his indifferent attitude, Io couldn't help to exclaim in surprise, "What?" As his figure grew distant, she couldn't stop herself from calling out,
"Hey, wait." But he no longer seemed to care. Mustering all her courage, she ran to stop him.
Please, just wait. He finally stopped walking. The girl, panting, said, Please, just wait a moment.
Yoon-sung replied, What is it? Why are you following me? Just learn it from someone else. There are plenty of skilled people here.
Or just copy me, since you said you've already done your research. Hearing that, Io stammered her explanation. But anyone who takes the deity class gets an A+, so that one doesn't really matter.
But if I register for the same classes as you, it could negatively affect your grade. As she said this, a sad look clouded her eyes, a sense of guilt creeping into her heart.
If he failed to get a scholarship because of her, it would be a huge loss for him.
Even in this situation, she was worried about someone else's grades.
The main character looked at her pitiful expression and thought, although she's a bit of a hassle, the female lead will always be the female lead. Suddenly, she put on an innocent and cute face. But anyway, can you suggest just one class for me? One where it's easy to get a high score, please? Pretty, please? Our hero replied bluntly.
Do you really think that look is going to work on me? She placed her hands on her cheeks, acting cute.
That's strange. Usually when I do this, all worries disappear. This over-the-top confidence nearly made our main character gag.
He replied coolly, Are you being serious right now? Io's face flushed red as she grinned.
I was just kidding. I knew you'd react like that. That's why I've prepared something interesting as compensation for you.
Hearing this, the main character shuddered. Compensation? He was completely floored, thinking, seriously? Why are these kids so obsessed with compensation?
Is that all they ever talk about? Suddenly, Io said, Do you know about the 7th magic tower? Hearing this, the main character jumped.
Yes, I know about it. Really?
Not many people do. It's a ruined tower that vanished, and there are many barriers preventing anyone from getting close to where it once stood.
But there, in the middle of her excited story, she suddenly stopped, noticing Yin-sung's strange expression. She asked worriedly, Wait, what's wrong? Are you okay?
Meanwhile, Yoon-sung's head was spinning. This is insane. This is a critical piece of information.
With this, Flame could increase his influence over the original protagonist. Moreover, Flame knew about it in the original story, and so did Io. And Io was only supposed to tell this information to the main character, not a side character like me.
At this thought, he didn't want to hear anymore. He waved his hand. That sounds like a scary story. I don't want to hear it. It's not interesting at all.
And he just walked away. Io stood there, stunned, and quickly tried to explain. It's not that scary.
Are you really afraid of ghosts at your age? Yoon-sung reluctantly replied. Fine, I'll tell you. The girl started acting coy again.
You just pretended you wouldn't tell me. Why the sudden change of heart? Yeah, well, that's just how I am, Young-sung replied curtly. He then thought, besides, the fact that Eo wants to give me something is enough.
With that in mind, he spoke up. Anyway, this isn't related to your grades, but it's something that will be extremely useful to you. For your culture class, sign up for Meditative Journey and the Void. Eo was dumbfounded. Meditation? For a culture class?
The deity and meditation courses get priority. Are you into spiritual training? Not really, our hero replied.
But he didn't know how to explain it properly. He quickly made up an excuse. My master is a bishop, just like you.
And through meditation, one can elevate their magical prowess. Eo's eyes widened in disbelief. Just with meditation alone? Drawing on 10 years of all-night gaming experience, he calmly explained that this was an undiscovered truth.
But for bishops who wield large-scale destructive magic,
meditation is crucial for precise execution based on formulas and equations, but above all, the mind that controls the mana. I haven't told anyone this, but you're an exception because you're quite cute. She was flustered, unsure if she could trust his words.
You called me ugly just a moment ago, but it seems the compliment struck the right chord with the young lady.
She beamed a brilliant smile. Anyway, thank you. Even if it won't help my grades, I'll sign up for it.
Yoon-sung replied, That's up to you. Do as you please. Having achieved her goal, she happily departed. Watching her leave, Yoon-sung couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. He didn't know if he'd done the right thing.
He sighed. I've told her everything. It makes me scared of how the future might change now.
but if I had just ignored her, Eo would have faced that same tragedy in this world.
If meditation can help her, then it's for the best. As he thought this, it suddenly struck him that he too was a mage.
But why hadn't he even considered training until now?
The original Yoon-sung trained relentlessly, awakening his latent mana and growing at an incredible speed.
In the game, I could gain experience with a button press, but now I have to do it myself.
It's late, and there are no hunting quests, so I can't grind for experience. Still, I have Io to thank for this.
A short while later, Young-sung returned to the dormitory. At Stella, all students live on campus. This system was a side feature in the game, letting players decorate their rooms. But for Yoon-sung, it was his only home, his village having been burned to ashes.
The dorms were also divided by rank.
The rooms were the same size, but the number of occupants depended on one's class, and S-class students
always occupied the highest floors.
The main character felt a bit lonely, all by himself in the room.
But then he thought, I can finally make use of this. He took a deep breath. Then, it's time to begin. Yoon-sung sat in deep meditation, focusing his mind. Stats aren't the most important thing. This is reality. So I must master this body. In the game, Yoon-sung was a genius who could control a sword aura, using the endless circulation of mana within and without his body.
No one paid him any mind, so nobody knew. But Baek Yoon-sung was a true sword prodigy.
He reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I must walk that path once more.
My breath controls the flow of mana in my body. If I can slowly increase my intake with each breath, I can gather enough mana in one go.
Skills don't level up just by collecting experience. They must be used continuously to improve.
That means I have to train. And so, he diligently trained throughout the long night.
The clock struck 4 a.m., marking a new day. Inside the room, Yoon-sung was still immersed in his training.
His entire body glowed with a golden aura. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open as he raised his hands, feeling the refreshing energy circulating within.
He was stunned. This must be what the original Yoon-sung felt.
As someone who had accepted his mana leak syndrome since childhood, he could feel it, however faint.
At that moment, a system notification appeared. The skill Mana Leak Syndrome has leveled up. The skill Flash Step has leveled up.
The main character gazed at his status window, filled with deep satisfaction. I've taken another step closer to my goal.
I will find the true ending, no matter what it takes. The scene abruptly changes, shifting to another location. The air was fresh, a lush green meadow stretching to the horizon. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared.
This was, in fact, a dreamlike space within Stella Academy.
Flame was basking in the atmosphere, thinking, the grass and wind are artificial, but this place feels so real, so pleasant. To clarify, the Stella Dormitory is a pocket dimension created on school grounds. This allows for the space and its properties to be freely altered. All sports events, other activities, and dungeons, portals, and monster training all take place here. For that very reason, back in reality, the students had already gathered in force. Flame stood at the back, scanning the crowd. She counted a total of 141 people, 50 each from classes A1 and A2.
The remaining 40 belong to the S class. If it's like the novel, there should be 39 from S class.
I thought I made 40.
But I never expected another person. That's right. Where did Baek Yoon-sung come from? In the novel's first year, there were only 1,140 people, and with me, it's 1,141.
In other words, Baek Yoon-sung was also part of the original novel.
I'll figure things out, one step at a time. It's fine. I can do this. I'm the only one in this world who knows about the novel.
The class was about to begin. Suddenly, the students in front of Flame started buzzing with excitement. Someone spoke up.
Prince Jeremy, did you finish registering? The blond young man in the center, clearly the one they meant, wore a smug look.
Of course. We even signed up for soft magic research because we heard you were taking it.
He grinned widely. Really? Then let's help each other out. Flame watched him, recognizing Prince Jeremy immediately.
In the novel, he fell for Flame alongside Io, but she rejected him.
From that point on, he became a completely different person, eventually twisting into a true villain. He seems kind now, but every action is calculated. I need to be careful not to get involved with him.
Suddenly, Prince Jeremy noticed Flame. He gave a friendly wave and flashed a brilliant smile.
Flame waved back, thinking to herself that he was undeniably handsome. Now I see why so many people flock around him.
And I have to admit, his clique is made up of the most famous people at the academy.
With that thought, she turned away, determined to gather her own allies.
Because this world was her reality now, she had to prepare for the future. But her actions didn't escape the prince's notice.
He smirked to himself. Is she playing hard to get? Just then, the professor's voice boomed. Attention, everyone. We'll start with basic training before today's lesson.
I need to understand your abilities to teach you properly. I will be your direct instructor. If you don't like it, keep it to yourself.
As you know, we professors can add or subtract points. You'll be expelled if you fail to meet the required score.
And now, I will explain the training. We will be conducting a mock dungeon exercise.
I'll use real dungeon scenarios, including traps and monsters, to test all of you.
You'll earn 4 points for a Grade 1 monster, 8 points for a Grade 2, and 20 points for capturing this point staff.
The top 5 students will receive a small prize and special purchasing privileges.
Students with 0 points will have points deducted. If you're afraid of failing or going alone, you can form a party. But remember, points will be divided equally among team members. If you eliminate another student, you'll steal their points.
With that, the professor vanished, his voice echoing. That is all. Good luck.
Immediately after, the ground began to shake violently. The students cried out in panic. What is this? What's happening?
The ground was shifting. Suddenly, the earth split open, and a giant tree slowly rose from the abyss.
Flame was stunned, her jaw dropping in awe. A massive tree appeared, and the world around them transformed. Flame guessed this must be the Jack and the Beanstalk map. The scenery became a dense, overgrown forest as students chose their paths. Some went alone, while others formed groups. Far off, Flame's solitary figure walked on, magic staff in hand.
She thought to herself, "All right then, I'm ready to play this game." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her.
Flame. She turned to see the red-haired girl again, who asked, "Are you really going to do this training alone?"
Flame thought that while a team had advantages, going solo was better for points. She replied coolly, "Sorry, but I want to test my own strength this time. I plan to go alone." The red-haired girl scoffed with a smile. "Yeah, I figured. You'd have to share points with teammates, so this is the only way." Flame confirmed. Yes, that's right. But a doubt lingered in her mind. Am I overthinking this, or is she mocking me?
Whatever. Flame said her goodbyes. Let's go together next time. The girl said nothing more and simply turned to leave.
Watching her go, Flame felt a strange annoyance. Am I imagining things? Why do I feel like she's copying me? Oh, well, back to the task at hand. Things will be different from now on. An hour after the dungeon opened, a blue light flashed in a dark corner. It seemed Flame had just finished a battle, and she looked exhausted.
So tiring. When will this training ever end? Suddenly, she sensed something was wrong.
In the next instant, a giant vine shot towards Flame. As fast as lightning, she raised her staff to block.
A stream of blue power erupted from the staff, striking the vine head-on. A moment later, the vine collapsed, shrinking back. She looked around, realizing it wasn't just monsters. Even the plants here could attack. As expected of Stella, even a simple training exercise can't be underestimated. 18 points so far. Not too bad. But a single score bar is all it takes to catch up. I have to keep moving. She pushed deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. A hazy silhouette appeared, obscured by the blinding sunlight. Was it a monster? No. That was definitely a person. But how could a student hide so effectively here? Whatever. My natural camouflage conceals me just as well. Flame's unique abilities were control, destructive defense, and healing. An ambush seemed like the perfect strategy right now. And so, she stealthily closed the distance. As she drew nearer,
she recognized the figure. It was Baek Yoon-sung.
He's all alone? I thought other students were eager to team up with Baek Yoon-sung.
Did he turn them all down? How strange. I can't figure him out at all. But what amazed her most was the score bar in his hand. A daring idea sparked in her mind. This was the perfect chance to test him.
Meanwhile, Yoon-sung walked onward, completely unaware of the lurking danger. Flame-focused, using her staff to form a massive orb of light. She believed at a distance of 15 meters, he stood no chance of defending.
A strange magic circle materialized beneath her. An intense orange power began to radiate from her body.
Staring directly at Baek Yoon-sung, she roared, "Light bullet." Instantly, a bolt of energy shot forward. Just as it was about to hit, Yoon-sung sensed the sneak attack. He immediately used his flash spell to teleport away.
When the dust settled, Flame was frozen in disbelief. Where did Baek Yoon-sung go?
Her hands trembled with rage. No way. How could he dodge a Tier 2 spell from that range?
Damn it. That's insane.
Meanwhile, Baek Yoon-sung had used flash repeatedly to circle behind his attacker.
Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. Geez, was she trying to kill me or what? Attacking with a light bullet out of nowhere. Thank God my mana leak syndrome leveled up, or I'd be in serious trouble. His flash skill was now level 1, with a maximum range of 12 meters.
I have 2 more flashes. I could take her down using the terrain, but it's better to avoid it. With that, he repeatedly used flash to get away from Flame.
He glanced back, thinking this distance should be safe enough. My goal is 5th place, so there's no need to take unnecessary risks.
The reward for 5th place is an item that can significantly boost stamina and strength. Besides, the top 4 spots are for the main characters anyway. At this rate, they only need 3 more score bars. Suddenly, a taunting voice cut through the air. "Hey everyone, come see who we have here." A group of unfamiliar students blocked his path.
One of them sneered. Well, it's Baek Yoon from the S class. He recognized the speaker as Raiden, someone who'd been making a name for himself lately.
Glancing at his lackeys, Yoon-sung sighed in annoyance. Jeremy's pathetic, useless crew was here too. A bunch of worthless trash. But then he noticed something. They already had 3 score bars.
For a group this weak, how did they manage to collect so many?
Another lackey spoke up. I heard he's a failure who cheated his way into the S class. The blonde-haired boy burst out laughing.
Getting into S class by solving 3 stupid questions. Stella must have been tricked.
Yoon-sung thought wearily. Damn, are they ever going to get tired tired of this one story. Seeing his silence, the other side grew even cockier.
Hey, since we've met, you'd better hand over that score bar. His reply was cold and short. Not a chance.
The blonde's interest was piqued. Oh? You want to resist? A sly grin spread across his face. You think you can take us on alone? Huh. And with that high-grade, medium magic staff?
Hilarious. You can't even use magic, let alone a staff. Faced with these provocations, our hero was unsure what to do.
With only a low-level flash, he knew he couldn't face Raiden head-on. He came from a famous family, but with 3 flashes, I still have a way. I can use the score bar in my hand. Plus, this dungeon environment gives me an advantage. With that, Yoon-sung held out the score bar. Here, it's all yours.
Seeing his opponent finally yield, the blonde looked pleased. Smart move, kid. That's what I like to see. But don't get too cocky. Payback often comes sooner than you think.
Seeing his guard was down, Yoon-sung moved like a flash. He snatched the score bar from Raiden's hand with a wicked grin. He used that very staff as a weapon, striking Raiden's magic circle. It instantly cracked, and Raiden ground his teeth, cursing, "Damn it, you filthy commoner!"
A moment later, he was thrown backward, slamming hard against a tree.
Raiden was absolutely furious, screaming, "You damn bastard!" But the entire group could only stare in shock as he vanished. Before he could recover, a familiar voice called out, "Iku, over here." Raiden whipped his head toward the sound.
Yoon-sung stood there with a smug grin. That was dangerous, but thanks. He was now holding 2 point sticks.
Raiden roared in absolute fury. "You bastard! Give those back!" But Yoon-sung just taunted him. "Nope, I don't think I will."
The main character was pleased with his plan. The point sticks were even more effective than he'd hoped.
He'd learned by chance that these point sticks were actually bugged items, completely worthless.
But their absurd durability made them indestructible by student-level magic. They held the same power as most other magical items. While more useful for magic users, for a physical attacker like Yoon-sung, a high attack weapon could be utilized 100%. Meanwhile, Jiden ground his teeth. "Damn that bastard! How dare he take my point stick?" He yelled at his crew. "What the hell are you all doing?" "Get him now." Just then, the dungeon began to shake again. In this situation, Jiden could only think, "Damn it. Why is the dungeon changing at a time like this?" With that thought, he screamed, "Everyone, group up and prepare your magic. We can't lose that bastard."
But this was the perfect chance for Yoon-sung, and he quickly made his escape.
His sudden move was spotted by one of Jaiden's lackeys. The man's jaw dropped as he screamed.
Big Young-sung is getting away. Instantly, they aimed their magic sticks, unleashing a torrent of blue energy toward him, shouting, "You bastard, you can't escape."
The terrifying aura shot towards him at incredible speed. Yoon-sung thought, "Damn, they're better than I expected. But they're still too green."
Just as the blast was about to consume him, he used a flash spell to teleport away.
Jiden's group seethed with rage, powerless to stop him. Damn it! He flashed again. He's too fast. I can't see him anymore.
While the group stared ahead, Yoon-sung had appeared behind them in a flash.
He thought confidently that with his 10 years of game experience, using the terrain to his advantage was a piece of cake.
Raiden was absolutely furious. Damn it! We only need to hit him once.
Suddenly, the dungeon began to tremble violently again.
Seeing his team's anxious faces, Jordan tried to calm them. Stay calm, everyone. He's still around here.
Wait for the earthquake to stop, and when you see him, attack together. But if our spells fail, we'll face the backlash.
We have to be extremely careful. As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings.
Suddenly, his eyes met Yoon-sung's. He was standing right in front of them.
Before they could react, Yoon-sung was a step ahead, slamming his point stick into their magic formation.
The impact was too much for their spell. It began to crack and shatter as the formation started to backfire on Ridden's crew.
A series of massive explosions erupted. Their own magic formation shattered, blasting them backward.
This was the spell's dreaded side effect, magical backlash. Our hero quickly dashed to a safe distance.
Watching the group get hit by their own magic, he thought with satisfaction, "It's all over."
As the smoke cleared, Raiden looked up and cursed, "That son of a..." But our hero raised 3-point sticks, saying smugly, "I'll be taking these too."
Then he grinned tauntingly.
If I ever get a girlfriend, I'll give her one of these. Bye-bye, sweethearts. Raiden was stunned. When did you give them back?
Seeing their miserable state, our hero was satisfied. This is enough. Taking their last one would just be a hassle. He added, "That last spell was fun, but I've played enough. I'm leaving now."
With that, he flashed away, leaving Jen's group trembling with rage. The man screamed like a maniac, "You damn bastard!"
This entire scene was witnessed by a certain female student from start to finish.
Yoon-sung, now far away from the group,
exclaimed happily. I got lucky.
If I fought normally, I'd have been robbed. But since this is a dungeon, things are different. This is the advantage of experience.
But I feel something strange. Something's not right. By the time he realized it, it was too late. A massive fireball was hurtling toward him.
Seeing this, the main character was utterly shocked, exclaiming,
"What the hell is this? A rain of fire?" Flames rained down on his position, one after another, like a meteor shower.
Wherever they landed, a terrifying explosion followed. He was powerless to fight back, only able to use blink magic to dodge. He ran for his life, his calm composure completely gone.
Damn it. What kind of terrifying magic is this? This is insane. Looking at the forest now burned to ash, he thought, that was a close call. But what was that magic? Is someone trying to kill me?
From the smoke and dust, a figure approached. She stood before him and yelled,
Hey, you commoner, why didn't you take another staff from them? And this girl wielding fire magic was none other than Princess Hong Bian.
The main character was shocked, thinking, what is she doing in a place like this?
At this, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, Hey, I think you're mistaken. It's not like I can take anything I want, you know? Besides, what business is it of yours if I take those staves? She paused, feeling a bit embarrassed, but then Yoon-sung realized her plan. Don't tell me you wanted. Exactly. You wanted me to take it from them, so you could take it from me. What kind of insane idea is that? Don't forget, I was the one who taught you. Hong Bian put a hand to her chest, explaining, I am a member of the royal family, but since you understand my intentions, let's fight.
As royalty, robbing a commoner is something I'd never want to do. But in this battle, I have no other choice.
I will defeat you and take what I want. Hearing this, our hero felt a cold sweat and quickly replied, Hey, what are you trying to pull?
Why are you bullying someone weaker than yourself? You think you're weak?
Hong Bian continued, But I saw you fighting earlier. You were just toying with them. You used magic to beat them, didn't you? As she said this, she realized she had to end this quickly, even if she didn't want to. If I don't want to get lectured by my mother, I need to get the highest score possible. Suddenly, Hong Bian heard a noise approaching. Reedon's cronies had caught up to them. One of them shouted, Big Yoon, where did he run off to?
Damn it, that bastard is way too cunning. Princess Bian seemed to recognize this group.
Over here, Big Yun had already started to run away.
She hesitated, unsure what to do. Should I attack them now? But no matter how strong I am, I can't take on 6 opponents at once. That's right. I need to wait for their magic to weaken. That will be my chance to act.
Meanwhile, Big Yun wasn't about to just wait to die. He began attacking Jidin from behind, then used magic to strike their formation.
Hong Baeon watched from a distance, completely surprised. She never expected that commoner to use any magic other than blink. Of course, those thugs are weaker than her, but they're all skilled fighters.
Compared to that country bumpkin, they should be much stronger, right?
Faced with this scenario, the young woman bit her lip, her eyes flashing with determination. Almost instantly, a mystical formation appeared, as fire energy surged around her body. It's time to unleash my fire magic, she thought. Her thoughts clear, she launched a devastatingly powerful spell straight ahead. On the other side, Big Yun also felt this formidable magic. Quick as a flash, he used Blink, instantly appearing in a different location. He realized the spell's pressure was closing in, more intense than ever. A giant inferno was roaring right at him. He used Blink again, then once more, vanishing and reappearing, soaring high into the air, before landing lightly. All the while, Hung Bian remained focused, her eyes tracking the flame's path. Then, with an earth-shattering boom, the space itself trembled. At that moment, the main character finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, "This woman's magic is truly on another level." My 6th sense saved me, or I would have been done for. But I've already used Blink twice. How can I deal with her now? Baeon suddenly spoke. Why didn't you take out your magic staff? Yun gave her a blank look and replied, "You're already holding my magic staff." Hung Bian asked again, "What about the one you received at the entrance ceremony?" Hearing this, he finally realized and replied, Seeing through his act, Hong Bian grew tired and said, "How long do you plan on hiding your true strength?" As she spoke, her eyes sharpened, turning a terrifying crimson. She stared at Yun, resentful, thinking that she was taking this battle seriously.
So why was that commoner treating this like it was all a joke to him?
Thinking this, she said furiously, "All right, if you refuse to fight properly, I'll just have to put you in the ground right here." Yun felt a chill go down his spine.
Goosebumps covered his skin as he thought, "What the hell? I am fighting seriously. I'm not messing with you."
On the other side, 𝐏𝐥𝐸 was still ranting. If you won't be serious, then at that moment, a sea of flames erupted behind her. Her face glowed with determination as she thought, "Today, I will definitely make you regret this." With that, she launched the flames directly at Bun. His own composure was beginning to shatter. He desperately dodged, weaving left, then swerving right. After a fierce struggle, the scene before him was overwhelming. He collapsed, his mind blank, unsure of his next move.
But this was no time to rest.
He sprang up, facing the inferno, and thought, "Shoot. Even with flash step, her attack range is insane. What do I do?" Suddenly, a strange sound caught his attention. He glanced behind him, observing. A risky idea sparked in his mind. He then unleashed his masterful flash step, leaping like lightning to higher ground, beyond the fire's reach. Looking back, the flames roared with greater intensity, spreading wildly. Meanwhile, Bi-Yun had narrowly escaped, hiding behind a boulder. He looked down, thinking he was lucky to evade, but it was a close call. Even if he reached 𝐏𝐥𝐸, her fiery aura would erupt to protect her. He knew this from fighting many fire mages, but her skill level was far beyond his expectations. On flat terrain, he would have lost in an instant. He might not have even had a chance to fight. Staring at the rain of fire, an idea formed. Could he use the power of these magic staves? His gaze sharpened with determination. The fight wasn't over yet. With his mind made up, he charged bravely into the blazing sea of fire. Countless embers flew toward him. At that moment, his mana leak trait activated. A sixth sense awakened as his perception skyrocketed. For him, time itself seemed to stand still. He could now easily slice through 𝐏𝐥𝐸's magic. Witnessing her powerful fire spells get deflected by a commoner, 𝐏𝐥𝐸 couldn't believe her eyes. "Impossible," she cried. "How can he block magic with a weapon? That can't be real." Baek Yoon was still struggling in the fierce battle. As time passed, the sensation grew clearer. This wasn't a game controlled by a keyboard and mouse. This was a direct physical confrontation with a mage. The surrounding magic was clearly intensifying. His sixth sense became as sharp as sight,
and hearing.
Hong-ban remained baffled.
How is this possible? She thought. In this mountain forest, my fire magic should have the absolute advantage. If that's the case, I just need to amplify my magic.
True to her word, she poured all her power into the staff. Baek continued to furiously parry the magical assaults. He was fighting for his very life. He quickly ducked behind the rock to catch his breath.
He suddenly realized he couldn't just defend. That's it, he thought. I have to shatter her magic shield with this staff.
He then charged through the inferno, closing in on Hong-ban's position.
His steps grew faster, more urgent. Just a short distance away, he used Flash Step to instantly close the gap.
This left Hong-ban completely stunned. She gritted her teeth, turning back in fury.
Baek had now entered her ring of fire. Their eyes met, and a different kind of spark ignited.
Baek calculated silently. Approaching a fire mage triggers a magic burst, repelling enemies within a 2-meter radius. At this thought, he smirked. For others, this would be a huge problem. But for a veteran with 10 years of experience like him, it was different.
He had faced this exact situation countless times.
Instantly, her magic blast threw him back, leaving her gaping in shock. But unfazed, Baek quickly regained his balance and lunged forward.
He decisively struck her protective barrier with his staves, creating cracks across its surface. Hong-ban still couldn't comprehend it. How was he doing this?
Baek didn't stop, relentlessly striking the barrier again and again. The shield finally gave way and shattered completely.
The backlash sent Hong-ban flying, seriously injured. She whimpered in pain as Baek approached.
He offered a bright smile, sitting down to say, "Looks like I win." Hong-ban was utterly humiliated. A princess, defeated so disgracefully.
Just who in the world are you? She asked, aggrieved. Baek slowly stood up. Oh, I'm just an ordinary student.
Then he added meaningfully, "Shouldn't the person hiding over there show themselves now?"
Realizing she was caught, Flame cautiously stepped out. "You didn't need to hide?" Flame asked, surprised.
But how did you know I was there? How could he explain? He just gave a wry smile. Just call it a hunch.
But deep down, he knew the simple reason. To be precise, it was his intuition for sensing magic.
But there was no way Flame would ever believe such a ridiculous excuse.
She asked blankly, "Oh, a gut feeling? Then how did you shatter a magic barrier with a normal wand?"
The main character froze solid at her question. Flame pressed on. Well, care to explain? Or was that just another gut feeling?
Hearing this,
our hero suddenly realized she was right.
Things like this would never happen in the original romance novel. Her curiosity was justified, but he couldn't tell the truth. Thinking fast, he pointed at the wand in his hand and said cheerfully, "Ah, this thing? It's just really sturdy." Flame's face soured. "That's completely irrelevant. So what if it's sturdy? You think swinging it breaks magic shields?"
If that were true, knights would have already wiped out all the mages in this world.
Baek Yoon had to agree. His evasiveness only deepened Flame's suspicion.
She declared, "I've always felt something was strange, but I never had the chance to ask you."
Baek Yoon, who are you really? Bon, standing by like an invisible bystander, couldn't hide her own shock. Meanwhile, under Flame's intense questioning, Baek Yoon's face was drenched in sweat.
He desperately sought a way out. Had the time finally come? It hadn't even been a month, and his identity was already in question.
Should I just reveal my true self right now?
No, I can't. Flame holds no goodwill towards me. It's too dangerous. With that, he said, "You can doubt me, but I'm not a bad person."
Confused, Flame replied, "Huh? What are you talking about?"
The main character forced a smile. "Just what I said. I only wanted to help you." This just made Flame even more confused.
Help me? With what? What on earth are you trying to say? His vagueness was infuriating.
But our hero didn't explain further and turned to leave. He waved his hand. I'd love to say more, but I'm out of time."
Anyway, I'll be going now. This left Flame so stunned, she was practically fuming with rage.
And his actions today completely changed Hong Bon's opinion of him.
It seemed she was plotting something crazy, the hero thought. Looks like it's fine now. I'll just slip away. Hope these two let me off the hook.
Suddenly, someone threw point wands at him. Thump, thump, thump. The culprit was none other than Hong Bon.
After throwing them, she stood there, genuinely surprised. Huh? That's strange. After taking the full combo, the hero clutched his head in pain, turning to shout, "Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Why play such a dirty trick?"
Hong Bon spoke up. "I thought you would catch them. You dodged all that magic and traps, but couldn't catch these?" Baek Yoon was speechless at her absurd words. He thought, "I'm out of options."
My mana detection has its limits. I can't maintain that feeling forever. As he thought this, he began feigning intense pain. "Ow! It hurts so much!"
The duration of my mana leak sense depends on my mental strength. Since it's depleted, I've lost my sharpness,
and have a headache.